Muy bien, entonces, como les decía,
As I was saying, this session is entitled Challenges in Public Revenue Policies and Options to Strengthen Tax Systems. We'll have two speakers here. The first speaker will be Rodrigo Teneto, Undersecretary of Fiscal Policy from the Economy and Policy Secretariat, Finance Ministry, Brazil. Rodrigo, you have the floor.
mientras colocan la presentación, ya te...
The presentation is to be posted shortly.
Ahí tenemos la presentación y tienes el puntero, así que te cedo la palabra. Ahí está. Muy bien.
Hola, buen día.
Good morning. I greet the authorities. Thank you, Noel. Thank you, Dalmiro. Colleagues, fiscal authorities from the region. It's a pleasure to be here on the last day of our seminar. Now, challenges of fiscal policy for the region. That's what I'm going to be talking about for the region and for developing countries. I chose this title because the challenges of fiscal policy or revenue policy are all right now conditioned by high levels of uncertainty. The main premise is that even though we're talking about structural policies that could be valid under normal conditions, they are still not valid today because right now there's a credible horizon so that things may normalize. As a result, a fiscal policy or a menu of fiscal policies should have this as a condition or a principle. I will start out with taxation and development because during these difficult times of uncertainty, we can be sure that the main goal of any policy, and even more fiscal policies, as we heard yesterday, which is the greatest of all policies, is development. And these two things, taxation and development, are not different from each other. So I will start out by quoting two important authors, Humberto Praza, saying that the main issue behind development is understanding how countries can go from a 10% tax burden into 40% of GDP.
And this way, reformulating Caldor, and based on which development is seen from a 5% investment to 15% of GDP. The similarity with the other phrase by Luris suggests another explanation. As a country grows and begins productivity, you feel the space to redirect resources from individuals towards collective projects. This in turn would lead to greater growth, as suggested by the optimistic phrase of Calder that the public resource or income revenues are the driver of development. And then, together with the development process, we must link to this to demand because preferences, we could say, are nonlinear and public services are flexible goods and the demand grows together with revenue. And in fact, if we take a look at the trends of tax burden in developed country economies, we see that by the 20th century, we went from 10% GDP tax burden to 50% in certain countries such as France and Sweden. Of course, the demand for financing the welfare state was consolidated that fiscal capacity throughout the 20th century. But if we take a look at the cross section, we see that there is a positive relationship between the revenue capacity, in this case, as a measure of development. Now, the question you ask is, how is it possible to make the most of the windows of today to increase your revenue capacity with productivity and a guarantee for economic growth? Now, let me speak of what we think in Brazil would be the challenges to be faced by the fiscal policy in these times of multiple crises. I believe that in this world of multiple crises implies a dual pressure on fiscal policy. On the spend side, a greater demand for resources driven by various demands. And here I'd like to speak of three that I will get into greater depth. But these three, the democratic crisis, the climate crisis, and the demographic transition, you must add the war crisis and the demand to protect families and price fluctuations. On the revenue side, structural changes in the labor world, the disintegration of multilateral agencies, and the difficulty of the cooperation agenda, together with increasing inequality, are presented as challenges for the revenue capacity. I begin with the democratic crisis because, in my view, this is the ultimate phase of the fiscal crisis, not due to causes. The two deepened together since the 2008 crisis in most countries. The incapacity of the fiscal policy to address social demands, although we judge some as legitimate and others not, deepens the discrediting of democracy and also the growth of inequality and extends the feeling of stagnation. Although there is economic growth in many countries, there is not this effective feeling of social mobility. In this way, tax justice is a wager that acts, guaranteeing resources for public services as well as their use as a tool to reduce inequality. As we can see on the left, in our region, Latin America, and Americas in general, the tax policy does little to reduce inequality, and so in a 45-degree line, it is a tax system where no one reduces inequality, and the second line is the systems that do reduce inequality by 1/3. And our countries are very close the neutral line in this regard to inequality. And furthermore, the cross-section confirms that one way or another, although less clearly, the countries with more sounder tax systems also tend to be countries with more robust democratic systems. It is clear that better institutions in themselves generate greater confidence in the tax system, but there must be a relationship. And now let's move on to the climate crisis. As is mentioned here throughout this seminar, the fiscal impact of climate disasters today in Brazil, we have systematically addressed these disasters and are supported by the network of public policies that already exist to help out the victims. And I think that we have very sound experiences in the region in terms of income, conditional cash transfers, and always ensure guaranteed revenues. We've used them in the regions affected by these disasters in order to channel further resources to the families affected. But this acts on those who have suffered, and it is necessary to move ahead so that people not be so affected. And this strengthens the relevance, as already mentioned, is to be committed to this. This is an essential part in reorganizing fiscal policy in this context of crisis that we have been talking about. This UN graph strengthens the size of the challenge. This is the demand for resources just for climate adaptation, ignoring other necessary causes for our region. The estimated cost in $34 billion per year That is the size of the challenge. And finally, with regard to the challenges in terms of the pressure on expenditure, we must pay attention to the demographic transition. If we look at the yellow line, you see the speeding up of the aging rate in Latin America. And worryingly, this is alarming. In 25 years, we would be in step with the trend in Europe and leading to many pressures, but especially with a social protection system very much based on collections coming from formal employees. But in Latin America, therefore, the situation becomes even more complex. This paper shows that viewpoint and shows substantive growth of non-contributory pension networks in Latin America. If we take a look at the lighter bars, these are 2020, and on the x-axis, the others. And so the non-contributory pension rate is much higher than for their peers with a lower income, but far from the one in countries with high income countries. So this is something conquered by the fiscal policy in our region, but the pressure linked to the demographic situation that could be modified with a change to the labor market as mentioned yesterday. And now I connect to the collection challenges. The disintegration of the labor world motivated by new technologies, but also the more precarious labor relations, even within the formal sector, lead to challenges for public collections very much based on wages. Now, this is a challenge, and this strengthens the discussion on the UN Framework Convention, but also especially spaces such as this, where we are, and here, ECLAC. And lastly, something that I wanted to strengthen. If we do not face inequality, this extends the political power of the elites and it reduces the lobbying capacity of others. And so therefore, if we do not take courageous measures with a way of recovering part of the political power that has been kidnapped by the elite, in that case, we might be able to lead a different situation. This is the main sign of this, and they have been mentioned here before. A relevant discussion that we represented within PGLAC is that many governments have taken on commitments, or at least the narrative, to not increase taxation, and so therefore are obliged to resolve this with the current gaps. And this was strengthened yesterday by the presentation by Marta de Vida, and that in the difficulties of changing the systems themselves open up the possibility of thinking how to close the gaps of the existing systems. Now, this graph is a sign of the difficulties we face. In Brazil, the excessive weight of contributions on wages and indirect taxations means that tax structures are regressive and detrimental to the majority and in the defense of the minority. The tax erosion of the corporate levels does affect the people, and so this graph sums up the challenges that we must consider. We need to think of ways of not being so dependent on the social and labor conditions, which are the cornerstone of social security, but also extend the contributory capacity and increase distribution. And here, I would like to leave you with some of the guidelines of what we have been doing in Brazil to deal with the fiscal crisis and recover our collection capacity in a moment of democratic stability, demographic and climate pressures, not to mention the wars and tariffs. And so I believe that tax justice addresses the two phases that I have been trying to speak about. It recovers part of the democratic capacity by addressing inequality, and also extends the collection capacity, and so to ensure public services. The tax progressivity is the main pathway to move ahead. In addition to progressivity, it is necessary to adapt changes and adapt to the changes in the labor market. And this may entail greater taxation on corporations and reduce incentives to hire independent workers. And I believe it is important that we should move ahead with international cooperation and governance. And very quickly, I don't know how much time I have left. Am I doing okay? Yes? I'd like to speak of what I was asked to speak about, the fiscal reforms in Brazil, but I wanted to put them within a broader context that I believe we share, because the experience of Brazil clearly could be made use of, but it will be done so more when we understand that the context is very similar to other countries. The first point I wanted to speak about is the review of VAT in Brazil, and we substituted 5 taxes at a federal, state, and municipal for 2. A federal one and 1 subnational one. And this implied not only facility, reducing this from 5 to 2, but more than that, it implied a reduction in the legal simplification. Today we have 5,000 municipalities and 20 states, and each one of these with their own tax legislation, and this will become just one legislation. But also, there's been great pressure to reform the VAT, or indirect taxation, together with a reform that is also progressive. And so we are thinking of a cashback, which is the return of part of the taxes paid by people who are of low-income families. And so this tax is recognized as regressive and making it less regressive. And this connects to something that I was talking to Alvaro about yesterday. This has 2 effects on formalization. On the one hand, because now enterprises have the advantage of being able to substitute taxes with this centralized tax arrangement, and large corporations will demand outputs from smaller companies to recover their taxes. But also on the family side, there is an incentive for families to consume informal locations, because they recover part of what they have spent with the cashback.
In this way, although it is a neutral fiscal reform, the simplification on the one hand, the impact for the formality in others will incentivize an increase in collection. It's very important, and it is contemplated that all differential rates, all the designs of the new VAT need to be reassessed every 5 years, and this is connected with the second framework of fiscal reforms in Brazil, that is the review of tax expenditure. At the end of last year, we approved a somewhat strange measure, lineal cut or stop of 10% of all tax benefits. We reduced that, and thus there's no discussion in why are we going to cut down this or that other benefit. So it was very efficient to say 10%. The estimated fiscal impact is close to 0.4% of GDP. It's big. And also what's important, as I was referring to the VAT reform, we are implementing a governance and assessment system of all those benefits. I share with you now that the South Korean government benefits of fiscal authority demanding or requiring assessments, evaluations of tax expenditure, and those that do not do it are discontinued. And then finally, what is on the top of all this review process is the reform of fiscal personal taxes, just as we saw in the cashback. And we combined efficiency gains with distributive gains. It was the income tax that led to the highest gains. Here, the gray line on the graph is the system before the reform. The green line is the system after the reform. And so the income tax exemption of up to $823 is the effective rate and reduces taxation of 50 to 78 centiles. And it is only with this point that you can see that is the taxation, top taxation, we were able to compensate that we did not collect in the medium side. On the one hand, the rich pay taxes, and on the other, the poor gain social benefits. So, to pay a bit more, 158,000 people, we were able to benefit 15 million people. So with very little, we were able to do very much. That is what I was going to say. Thank you very much.
Rodrigo, excelente presentación.
Excellent presentation, Rodrigo. You were excellent on time. Very interesting. Now I do have some comments, yes. We have highlighted structural reforms implemented by Brazil. Truly, it's a model for the whole region. And now I will give the floor to Alvaro Romano, Director of Tax Advisory, Ministry of Economy and Finance in Uruguay. Alvaro Romano, it's a pleasure to have you here, Alvaro. Hi, good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to be once again in this venue discussing fiscal policy, tax policy, which is the purpose of our lives. So, I would like to share with you the experience we've had in Uruguay in our the last adjustments we've implemented on our tax system. As you know, the present government took office last year. And once in government, they found a quite complex situation. There was a deficit of the public sector, consolidated deficit of 4.1% of GDP, a debt of 56%. And so that situation called for intervention, for consolidation, and the government taking office had a mandate. And the mandate was not precisely to make adjustments on the expenditure side. So intervention and consolidation was done on the side of revenue. So the purpose, the objective was an adjustment to have an impact or to involve an increase of revenue of 1.5% of GDP. And it was going, half of that improvement in revenue would come from better efficiencies from tax administration. And there's a broad field there for improvements, lots of opportunities for improvement. And so that is on the one line. But on the other 50% of revenue improvement was going to be through modifications in the tax structure, mainly the tax tools on taxes. And the modifications we made can be divided into two groups. On the one hand, as you can see on the slide, some modifications that involved new taxes, yes, obviously, but with the specificity that those new taxes had to relocate taxes that were paid abroad, bringing the collection to our country. And that involved, or that meant, or we have estimated that will involve 0.6% of GDP collection. And we have another set of tax modifications or changes. It could be called technical adjustments, but it's sufficiently broad so as to encompass the whole heterogeneity of modifications under that title. And that means 0.15 of GDP. All of these changes and modifications, the objectives that guided all these tax modifications, firstly, is because of the sufficiency or adequacy principle. We need to modify revenue in order to have the necessary fiscal sustainability. But then on the other hand, another objective that guided us in all of these modifications was that of reducing the tax expenditure. Uruguay has a relatively high tax expenditure. I was listening to Rodrigo on this subject, and when we speak of tax expenditure at academic or political levels, surely we all agree that it is a variable on which we need to act and bring down. We'll have rapid consensus on that. But it's also true that when we land down, we find difficulties in political economy that make unfeasible, or at least make very difficult to modify those expenditures and reduce them. There are lots of lobby and pressures and interest stakes, and that will reduce the possibility of reducing tax expenditure. So, if we have the objective of reducing tax expenditure, at least in that where there is a certain ease in terms of political economy. And if we start examining tax expenditure, we found that we had a lot of tax expenditure in situations where the expenditure was not leveraged by the taxpayer, because the taxpayer that stopped to pay in Uruguay as a result of that finally ended up paying the tax in his or her country of origin. So we said, let us review all those tax expenditures, and at least those should be deleted. So in fact, in economic facts, this is translated into a transfer from tax administration abroad to tax administration here in Uruguay. So that was another key objective of these modifications. And of course, as one final objective is to provide greater equity to the system. We live in the most unequal region of the world, so any intervention of public policy should never omit that circumstance, and therefore we need to move forward in terms of equity. But on the other hand, it's also true that we are living in a complex situation. We countries compete for investments, and we cannot implement these modifications with a degree of in a sense, in that will leave us out of international competition. So that was another fact to be taken into account when adopting the reform. And then some other measures like align the tax system to international standards and improve techniques and try to eliminate tax evasion or avoidance. And so the central hub was let us bring back taxes paid abroad, bring them back to Uruguay. And what we plan to achieve on the one hand is to increase tax burden, tax fiscal pressure, but on the other hand, that increase of fiscal pressure will not involve a higher cost of taxpayers going against the competitiveness of the country. So it's difficult to strike a balance there. And so made two interventions there. Firstly, we approved a new tax. It's the minimum domestic complementary tax. It's one of the second pillar. And on the other hand, we eliminated certain exemptions that we had on dividends paid abroad with the same rationale of relocating the taxes, as I will explain further on. You can see that on the slide, you have the tax base and collection, so as to see basic collection, to see how efficient the measure was. I will refer to the minimum domestic supplementary tax. This is within pillar number 2, within the context of old rules, and this is known as, at least in our tax, as our minimum global tax. As you know, to understand, to duly understand what we are talking about, this is a rationale or a set of interrelated rules that are applied for multinational groups, but not for any one, but those that have a consolidated income level above 750 million euros. So the scope for implementation of this measure addresses precisely that profile of taxpayers. And the idea with this minimum global tax is that these multinational groups that are within the scope should pay tax a minimum of 15% on their profits. That is the objective pursued with a logic of supplementary tax. This is analyzed jurisdictionally, that is country by country. Then you see how much that multinational group pays in each one of the countries. And so if the level of payment in that country is below 15%, then you have the supplementary tax, which is a supplement to. And for example, if in a certain country that group is paying around 7%,
with a supplement until 15, then the number will be 8. So that is the logic. This is quite complex. The rules are complex, but just to say it within a certain scheme, following that logic, first we know that a determined group is going to generate taxes in a jurisdiction. We know how much it will be, but we still don't know what tax it will pay and where. As you can see on the graph, this supplementary tax is manifested through one of 3 rules, alternative rules, which have an order, the UTPR, the IIR, or the QDMT. These are the acronyms in English, and here the burden is on the countries where the organization is files or is organized. So if you have, say, a multinational company that has headquarters in Spain, and then they have an intermediate matrix in Panama, and they have two other different branches in Uruguay. Could be quite common in Latin America. So following this logic, let's say the two Uruguayan companies are paying under 15%. They have 10% revenue, and then we would have a additional tax of 5%. So following this logic, we need to understand where this 5% will be paid, because it's done with overall logic, and under what rule, what tax rule it will be paid. So first, we need to understand this is Uruguay. If Uruguay has a minimum domestic tax, then it will be paid in Uruguay. If Uruguay did not have this tax, then the second rule in order of priority would be the IIR, and that would be paid at the last or at headquarters. And if headquarters did not have that tax, we go down the vertical line. So until we reach one of the countries that will pay, and that's where the tax will be paid. But it could also be the case that none of these countries in the vertical line could have the GLO rules approved, and then we would have the income inclusion rule applied. And the third one, the UTPR, which establishes that if in the country of the corporation taxes are not paid, and they're also not paid at the end of the chain, then we take the whole map in the world for this corporation or group, and somewhere where this, if in any of the countries where they operate, they have the GLO rules, then that's where they would be paid. So imagine that this multinational group had revenue of, say, 100 in Paraguay, and then they pay in Uruguay 5%, then they would have to pay a supplement of 10. Where? Well, in 2025, Uruguay did not have this tax, so the tax would be paid in Spain under the income inclusion rule. And in 2026, what's going to happen with the same company in a similar situation is that this 10% tax that was paid in Spain the previous year, in 2026, it will be paid in Uruguay, because as of 2026, Uruguay has a minimum domestic tax, and therefore that's where it would be paid. And with this very brief example, what we want to show is that this is a greater tax, a greater collection for the country, but it is zero cost for the multinational group. All we're doing is relocating where the tax is paid. And for collection in our country, we estimate this represents 0.42% of the GDP, which is very relevant tax collection for us. So along the same lines of what we're doing here in the system, we're modifying our tax regime for dividends when the partners or shareholders are residents. Why? Because dividends and the way they're paid in Uruguay is quite peculiar. For historical reasons, we've had a situation where this regime implies that, or implied that for these dividends to be taxed, they were conditioned to the underlying revenue income of the corporation. So if it was taxed, then the dividends would be taxed as well. And this was counterintuitive, because in the end, it was bringing on a situation of double taxation. And if the corporation was not taxed, then the dividend was not taxed. And that was a situation. So what we did is we said, okay, well, it doesn't make sense that Uruguay isn't taxing on its dividends abroad and another country ends up doing it and taxing it. And they're still even giving credit to these companies that are operating in Paraguay. So we decided to take a look at it with another country taxing and then having a loan, a credit for countries operating in Paraguay. So we had a greater collection, but it did not imply any additional burden or cost for taxpayers because the group is only relocating its operations that were abroad and bringing them to Uruguay. On the other hand, another modification that we did and ended up being approved was a modification on physical areas. And what we did is we advanced in the application of the global tax principle with individuals. As you know, in Uruguay, we have a long-standing tradition to defend territorial taxation, and this had been modified in 2011 with capital income. So we were applying the global rules, but there was an increase in capital gains, but they had left out real estate. So real estate earnings or capital gains were left out. In this sense, we advanced as of January 1st this year, Uruguay started taxing it. And what this means, as you will understand, is that the set of taxpayers that receive this income find themselves in the highest percentile of income distribution. And we understand that it's a modification that is more progressive for the system. These are basically the reforms that we proposed, and I'm almost done. I will not give Delmiro the pleasure of activating his technology on the desk. But I would like to say a few things regarding what we have on the agenda for the coming year. As we mentioned last night with Rodrigo and other colleagues, in Latin America, when we talk about progressiveness or equity under a certain logic or tax systems where indirect taxes have such a relevant weight, we cannot leave this conversation to indirect taxes because it explains the collection in the region. But if we would like to act on the IRPF, when this tax explains only 10% of collection, everything we achieve in terms of efficiency with this tax is going to be taken over by a regressive tax. So it's important to mitigate this regression and, of course, try to advance in this matter. And of course, the implementation of these customized aspects. And there are some studies by Alberto Barré and others that offer us information where we can make progress. And the idea is to take a look at this as well as in the same logic and to continue with improvements in equity, to take a look at the possibility of rethinking the mix of dividends with corporate taxes and offering a greater weight to personal income versus corporate income. That's what I wanted to share. Thank you. Thank you, Alvaro. I'd like to congratulate you for for explaining all this to us. And there are many things in common. We see a strong accent on progressiveness and, of course, increasing. Well, the idea is not to reduce resources, which are quite scarce already. But we can't forget that both reforms were built on more lasting premises. I'd like to offer the floor now to Cristina García Herrero Blanco,
Estudios Fiscales de España.
Director of Studies of the Institute of Fiscal Studies from Spain, IEF. Good morning. I'd like to begin by thanking ECLAC for the presentation to participate in, and I'd like to thank Edelmiro for the invitation. And our purpose is to make a presentation on another aspect that is quite relevant within the fiscal debate.
I'm talking about the social legitimacy of tax systems. That is, how is it that the population believes that the system is unfair without any return? But the idea is that they believe that the system works correctly and is fair. Well, I'm going to talk about the fiscal barometer of IEF, measuring this social legitimacy. And I will also bring you results from 24. And this involves young people, which is of concern to us. Now, I will talk about 5 topics. I will start by talking about the fiscal barometer. Then we will take a look at what its purpose is, what is the structure of a BF, outcomes, and conclusions. Now, what is this fiscal barometer? It's a statistical tool based on a survey. It measures opinions and fiscal attitudes of the Spanish population. This is an official data. It is part of the national plan, and in this case, from 25 to 28. We have an annual publication. Since 21, we can find the results of these reports as conducted by the IEF. In terms of the open data policy, this is this data in microdata is made available, both historic microdata since 2003 as well as specific blocks since 2010. But what's interesting about this barometer is that we have a long series of data. We have, in the last one published last year, reached the 30th version of this fiscal barometer, and that's very important to have a long series because, as you know, they are all also marked by the context, the moment when the survey is done. So it's very important to measure the evolution to see what are the trends. And this has been done thanks to a very long series. When we ask the citizens in the surveys, this is always conditioned by the context, the local circumstances. For example, when there is a catastrophe, they may answer in one way. Whether if there's a flood or a storm, they will answer in another way. That is why long series are very helpful and useful.
Por otro lado, los objetivos, como decía, es medir la...
Goals. The idea is to measure the evolution of the opinions of the population. First of all, we look at the opinion on public services, and what the administration does, and also fiscal awareness. That is the attitude of people on fraud. And something very important here is that these three aspects together make up the core of the social legitimacy of fiscal systems. And that is why they're asked together. Now, methodology, we have a large sample, but we involve 4,000 observations from residents in Chile. 6% of these are foreigners, covering the whole of our territory with a mixed work. 50% are in presence interviews, and the remaining online. But what's interesting about this barometer is that this survey comes in different stages, and it also involves economic activity. There is the possibility of having different strata according to the economic activity, allows us to involve groups that usually are not part of the normal surveys. For example, independent professionals who have a certain activity that we want to include in our interviews. So this way we are able to include independent professionals. And naturally, the weight is calculated at the end.
Como objetivo apostar por una
The goal is to review and to continuously improve this sample and this survey. The sample started at 1,500, but now we are involving 4,000 persons, citizens. We have relevant questions, and we want the series to be kept in time. The series cannot be destroyed, but we have to adapt ourselves. For example, in the block of services on fiscal services, we always add different services such as the app or web services. Other things that we started doing is has to do with the creation of a multidisciplinary professionals. We have some experts and technicians that help us to improve the system. And we also involve people from finance ministry. We have experts from our own administrations, and also the institution that is in charge of the design of the fiscal system. We also involve people from the ministers' cabinets so as to create an awareness of the importance of this information to help in the policy making. We also are assessed by external agents. This allows us to include different variables that are very important in these types of surveys. For example, we have income, revenue, political ideology, and we also include some modern or update news. There are other surveys that already exist. And here I will mention some of the surveys that are conducted in Europe. There's the Euro barometer that is led by the European Commission. But I think that all of these surveys are very useful and valuable. IEF is now having more questions, and it combines three aspects that I talked about. That is, services provided, the um, appreciation of the services, and fiscal awareness. In Iberoamerica, we have examples. There's the Latin barometer, Latino barometro, that is involves many interviews and questions having to do with the fiscal services, and the trust people have. And yesterday, the representative from OECD talked about this. In Colombia, we have Diane that has questions on the services of the fiscal administration. And in Mexico, we have the NSIG that has a survey on the quality and the impact of the government. And this is very interesting for all of us. Now, why is this useful, the fiscal barometer? First of all, let me talk about its purpose in terms of research. It is useful for university and academic work. There are articles that are published on taxation, but it's really a tool that is useful for the design of better public policies. And I think that is the most important aspect that should be considered. This also helps out for the planning of the agency. If we look at our strategic plans, they always quote the results of Barometro Fiscal, because evidently the fiscal awareness and fiscal morale are closely related to tax enforcement and payment. I will very quickly go through some of these slides. You may find details here in the presentation, but I wanted to tell you that there are four blocks. The first block of questions has to do with the taxes and the public services, tax, transport, transportation, um, utilities. And the most important thing is that this is the diamond on the crown. It's not the one that is most appreciated, but it's the most important one for the taxes. This involves people who do not use this, but who find this more valuable amongst all services. Now, secondly, we have the behavior of taxpayers. There are many, many questions allowing to assess fiscal fraud and fiscal payment. There are many factors that are behind fraud. If it's because of the retentions or controls and inspections from the tax administration, or perhaps there are other reasons behind this non-compliance. The third block has to do with the image of the fiscal system in Spain, whether it's positive or very positive. There's a very high appreciation of our administration among the population in Spain. We also asked about the opinion on the officials, on the civil servants, whether there is corruption involved. There's a question on corruption. And we also ask what they think about the fiscal service as a whole. And there are three blocks that are fixed. And these are long series, as I was saying. And we have a specific annual block that changes every year. This allows us to find out about relevant activities. We have asked questions. For example, in 2019, we asked about the tax on wealth. and this is one of the few countries that has had this tax for quite some time. We asked the opinion of the population on this. Just to give you an idea of what's relevant, this tax in Spain is taxed on places where there is more wealth. There are some regions that had um, stopped with these taxes. So we are now trying to harmonize these taxes throughout the country. We have also asked about interesting things such as in 23, for example, we asked about fiscal compliance. We wanted to know how is it that they value the communication coming from the authorities. What is that they feel when they receive this communication? Are they fearful? Do they appreciate it? So we want to know all of this in order to improve the communication from the tax administration store taxpayers. And this year we still haven't published the results. And we have asked about something basic for Spaniards, and we're talking about the fiscal policy and housing situation. And then we come to the last block of questions, and this has to do with the young people and fiscal systems. And I wanted to bring some results, specific results. So I have decided to bring in something that is of concern for Spain, Europe, and also other regions. And it is how is that people, the young people, see fiscal system. In 24, young people from 18 to 24 years of age have a critical opinion, or more critical than the rest of the citizens, both in terms of the relation with utilities and the uh, capability of distribution. 44, that was 42%. Now, 44% of these young people would rather pay less tax, and 54% of them believe that fraud is never justified. For example, um, amongst older than 65, this rises to 81%. So there's a generation gap, and this is seen amongst the questions related to public services, tax burden, and also the perception of fraud. Here we have some results on public services and the willingness of young people to pay less tax, and also the perception of fiscal fraud. Um, 28% believe that this doesn't really matter. But here we have a distance that is larger amongst older persons.
And so we could ask, is this gap because young people are more rebel or they're youthful? This has always been the case. There's been a difference among generations in relation to how they appreciate the services and fraud. But we need to ask, is there a change? Is there a trend? And this barometer, the Institute, allows us to see these differences, as we can see in this graph. I believe the most important conclusion with this question as to whether the public agenda is necessary, in general, it is high, but the most negative assessment is from youth people. So there is an each time greater difference between the younger and the citizens at large. And these are points that should call our attention regarding a change that is occurring, and the fiscal policy must pay attention to this. So from the viewpoint of young people, I believe the diagnosis is there is a critical position, a perception that there is less return, a preference for paying less taxes, and least condemnation of fraud. This is a hazard, a danger towards the future. We must pay attention to it, and that is why what we need is a public response. It's difficult to sum up here what the response should be in general terms. We all know of it. However, we need more fiscal education campaigns and surely better information. It is clear that young people today get their information through different means. Social media, Facebook is old-fashioned already. The young people find their information through social media, where there's a lot of messages on negative comments on the taxes, and we need to pay attention to that. In conclusion, I would like to show you how this is the fiscal barometer is an instrument to tool the fiscal legitimacy of the tax systems, especially thanks to the existence of long series and official cooperation, and so compulsory. It must be performed every year, and so the value of microdata being made available to researchers to do further studies. This combines the methodological continuity with also adaptation to public agenda, thanks to the specific block cell allows us to ask about matters of concern each year. And so this sort of instrument allows us to go from more general opinions to evidence that is useful to design fiscal policy. The relationship between taxes and well-being continues to be the core of social legitimacy, and we know that this exists. In 2024, we saw it. But this is a gap that is widening on account of the generational gap. So ultimately, and as a final message, I believe that I've been able to keep to the time. My final message would be that fiscal legitimacy of the systems or the social legitimacy of the tax systems is not sustained solely by law, not sustained solely for its technical design, neither its administrative capacity or applicability of the tax system, but rather that tax systems are also sustained thanks to their social legitimacy. And that social legitimacy should be measured, should be understood, and should be incorporated to public policy and the fiscal agenda. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Cristina.
Thank you very much, Christina. Excellent. With time, I didn't even have to use my bell. So, very interesting presentation. And the tool is very useful, not only to diagnose and its potential to improve the policy, but also it could simplify some of these trends that you've pointed out for the other countries of the region. It would be very interesting for countries to begin collecting and generating this information, especially to precisely shape policies based on the contributors in each country. We have 10 minutes for Juan Carlos Moreno Brid, who is the senior lecturer, Faculty of Economics, National Autonomous University of Mexico. 11 at the very most, Juan Carlos. Well, I am very grateful to the executive secretary, who's not here right now, but well, with what is happening in Costa Rica, I understand. I'm so pleased that I was part of this panel, and so glad to see that there are differences and similarities between the situation in Spain and Mexico. Perhaps this has to do with the football, but I don't know. But I see that you do well, not only on the playing field, but here as well. We have these days, there are only 2, but I feel as though there were 4. Identifying challenges on the technical side and less of the policy. They have said that the wealthier classes will resist, but with the heterogeneity of our region, the conjunctures, the productive disparity, reserves to political orientation. Some governments with the chainsaw want to put an end to everything. But nevertheless, a poor state is recognized as a poor state and needs more resources. Institutional development. In different levels of government, municipalities and others, there's so many recipes and examples seen in the different countries, and you feel envy. And you say, well, why are these not applied? Well, why do they take so long to implement them? And maybe the best practices could be transferred from one place to another. But my eyebrows rise further and further. I read a recent article by Binder, and he said that the more of this material, intellectual material, so important to economists, is not always transferred to the politicians. So what is the relationship between the technical and the economists and the politicians? A nice metaphor is a relationship between the drunk and the light post. But they use the light post to support, but not for lighting. So with all due respect to the drunks. Now, so what we will have to understand, we economists and the politicians, these things that have to do with what was said by Cristina, Álvaro, and Rodrigo, that we need to understand the success of these approaches, and the rationales are different. They say, let's take $1 away from 20 million people, and we're going to give 1 million people to 20 people. The economist logic, you say, well, why on earth would you do that? But in politics, not. In politics, it has its rationale. And so I put this as an example to you. And so what should be done? And everything has to do with perceptions, because one thing is that for you to have success, to be successful, and the other thing is that you actually look as being successful. And so many of the politicians, although we here at ECLAC, we think of the long term and so on, but with the next tweet or the next election, not even the national one, but the intermediate one, midterm. So what affects them in the short and medium term and also the long term for the party? So try to get these politicians to, how can you ensure that your recommendations, how can you convince them that these are good for not only for them, but for the coming generations? This was mentioned by several people. We as economists tend to emphasize long-term equilibrium, and transitions, we really overlook them, because people today, even more so today, after the executive secretary said that these fiscal periods no longer exist, what are we going to do in the short term? Speaking about resilience, the ability to adjust, but there's been great talk here about efficiency and equity. Do not emphasize this so much. Forget about efficiency, but equity is an important part in fiscal terms anyway. So, returning to the transition, who is going to pay the cost and how to mitigate this? And one example is taking taxation, the horizons of success. A definition of taxes is the price society pays to live in a civilized way. And although Cristina, in her beautiful database, presented a justification of how well or poorly taxes are seen, what does the government do with the money? Why should I pay if the streets are all full of potholes? Why should I pay if my health service is poor? So you need a fiscal reform to pay off the debt. I don't know of any political party that could gain votes by saying that they're going to need to put up the taxes to pay off the debt. You need to reduce the tax GDP coefficient, but they bring down the denominator. What I'm getting at is the justification mentioned by Cristina, in that must see how it is seen by the individual. It has to do not only with the taxes, but also the expenditure. Collecting for what? In the US, they say, look, I'm Mexican, but I don't like the US, and they say that the only thing unavoidable is taxes and death. Well, maybe. But in other places, your tax declaration, well, at the end, you clear your mind, you say, because you see the available income. But in the case of Mexico, some very simple examples, I remit you to CEP and the work it does. Alejandro directs it, and with the transition, the fiscal equity. Mexico, well, people's perception, people in the street, everyone believes they pay 40% in taxation. Whoever you ask, they say 40% in taxes. And also that taxes are useless in reducing inequality and wealth as well. And so there's a lot of corruption and inefficiency. They have no idea where they're going. But what happened with the previous government? The previous government, I mean, he gave a very clear discourse. So first of all, the poor, austerity, and no reforms. He never mentioned the technical adjustments. So what happened over the next 6 years? Fiscal reforms, there were none in terms of new taxes or increased rates. But Alvaro found a 1.5% increase, and in Mexico it was 2.5. And it's incredible. You say, well, isn't this marvelous? Because the tax burden was put up and at the same time had an austerity discourse. But, well, the austerity discourse meant that he had received the fiscal deficit in 2.5 and handed it over at 5.9. Well, that's incredible. But so what happened? Expenditure was 2/3 in pensions and transfers. The historical balance of the public debt, 43.6% to 54. And the responses were, well, a lot was spent and that was good for poverty. Is that true? Poverty did come down 15 points. But when you analyze why poverty came down, the National Commission says that there is no real opposition in Mexico, but at least that's in my opinion. But having said this, the most important studies say that the reduction in poverty was 80% due to the minimum wage, and the impact of the other 15 to 20%, the only transfer program that served to reduce poverty was for the elderly, because the government transfer programs were unfocused. The conditional cash transfers are not do not affect this.
Yes, they did go down 15 points, but it wasn't related to expenditure. Well, it is more or less the same with what you have shown, the normal Gini and that estimated by the finance. Maybe it would be higher. But then you have a very strange policy where you spend a lot in pensions, a lot in transfers. There was a tax reform. And what happened? Oh, I have 1 minute? Yes, or you are ranking me as number one. Well, the issue is that there was no growth. I mean, lots of transfers, public investment went down to the floor, private investment declined. So continue with the goals of improving the poor. Either we grow or there is no way, because the minimum wage is now closer to average. Pensions, unless there is a redesign of pensions, the only one that was good is that of the elderly. So social programs are not touched. If there's no growth, there will not be anything. So we will need a fiscal reform, and it's really difficult to do it merely through technical adjustments. But then, and also the resistance of higher income classes. Why am I going to pay more taxes? They say. So we need to take into account the relations between the objectives, short, medium, long term. How is this reflected on the citizens? There is a discussion on inheritance tax. But the only thing that the grandchildren will inherit is wind. How is that happening? Tax on property, on real estate, depending on who is charging, collecting, and you have to consider political resistance. But then we need to take into account all those interactions, politicians, citizens, perceptions, and not only say, oh, beautiful fiscal reform proposal. We can print it for a document of ECLAC or IMF, or it has been an honor to share the table with you. Thank you, Juan Carlos. So interesting. Of course, we could keep on discussing hours with you, especially the jokes. Yes, we have exceeded our time. So what we will do, that is why there are two panels or two sessions. Only two questions, the first ones that raise your hands. If there are no questions, we can discuss during coffee, but also there will be time in the next session. One question there. Only one. Yes, Poliana, you have the floor. Congratulations to the speakers for such interesting discussions. And commentator also, please. My question is addressed to Alvaro. Very interesting to see the experience of Uruguay on the relocation of taxes. Please, could you tell us how the issue of regulation of final beneficiaries plays a role in this tax relocation process of greater transparency? How the final beneficiaries can be interesting within this context, especially considering the recent initiatives that are being developed internationally. Thank you. Yes, we do. My question, and thank you for the brilliant presentations of this panel meeting. One specific question related also to what Alvaro had said about minimum global tax. And although some countries do have a commitment, there is an effective implementation by countries like Brazil, Colombia, and Uruguay. They have already an implemented analysis. I wanted to ask what recommendations for Latin American countries that are underway, are in that process, where to focus in order to move forward and have some definition. Uruguay. What could be proposed or recommended? I know that countries can implement specific measures because it's also an interest as permanent consultative council of the civil society. We need to have a benchmark among countries and adopt a position on this. Thank you. Alvaro, both questions are for you. Well, first, thank you for the questions. Very interesting, both. I will first refer to Poliana's question. In Uruguay, since 2016 or 17, we introduced the binding characteristic to a law to see who are the final beneficiaries of all the entities operating in the country. And so that knowledge has been used, or it's a main input for all these modifications we have proposed and are in force since January 1st. And so particularly what is personal income tax and earnings abroad. Because taxpayers, what they do when trying to avoid knowing the earnings they have is to place different instruments or companies as final recipients. And therefore, that type of information is very much taken into account when evaluating the collectible potential. And for that, we need to cross the information of final beneficiaries with the measure itself. Yes, indeed, it is a measure that we have used it, and it is highly functional for this purpose. As to what Luis is saying, far from giving recommendations, because it's good to take into account experiences, but they are never, they can never be extrapolated. Each economy has its own characteristics, but it's good to bear in mind some issues. When a jurisdiction examines and to decide if adopting the law of laws and being in pillar number 2, you need to take into account several circumstances, particularly and related to the competitiveness of the economy, something that is most relevant, but I did not include it in my previous presentation, is that in Uruguay, the highest proportion of foreign investment comes from the globe area. It is European. We have little foreign investment from the US. It comes from globe. So this is very relevant when a jurisdiction needs to adopt the decision to have this measure or not. As we know, based on the side-by-side agreement, we know that the corporations whose venue or is in the US and they apply safe harbor, and they will not be subject to an imposition by the UTPR or income inclusion rule. So in that situation, a country with a high proportion of North American investment will have to think better, because in competitive terms, it will not be indifferent for the taxpayer the fact that the country has that tax or does not have it. This will increase in 15%. So that is a relevant issue. Bear that in mind. And the other point to bear in mind when deciding if it is convenient or not convenient to adopt this type of taxation is how much or how big is tax expenditure in corporate matters in that jurisdiction. Uruguay has a uniqueness, and that is one of the few countries that continues to enforce the territorial system for corporate tax. therefore, the gain we have or the earnings, because all the foreign company earnings do not pay in Uruguay. And so with the minimum tax, we do tax 15% of all those earnings. And therefore, the figure is so high as to how many points of GDP is accounted by that tax. Thank you. Great. Thank you very much. We will have 15 minutes for coffee now, but it was worth the while, all the questions and comments, and then we will continue with the second part of the panel on challenges. We thank the commentator and the speakers, of course. Thank you.
our session on challenges in public revenue policies and options to strengthen tax systems. So we will
Intenté pensar en un chiste sobre
I wanted to
borrachos,
think about
pero
a
no
joke
tengo
on
nada a mano,
drunk people,
entonces lo
but I
siento.
really don't have any
Am,
at the tip of my tongue.
gracias.
Sorry about that.
Bueno, antes de comenzar, quiero agradecer
Before starting,
especialmente a
I'd
mi
like to
coautora,
thank my
Elisa
co-author,
Araneda,
Elisa
quien está ahí.
Araneda, who's right here
Su
with
aporte ha
us.
sido realmente
Her
vital para
contribution
el
has
trabajo
been
que voy
crucial
a
for
presentarles.
the work that I'm going
Y
to
este
bring to
documento
you.
constituye
This is a
uno
document
de los dos
that
capítulos temáticos del
is one of the
panorama
two
fiscal de
thematic
este año. También
topics
quiero
of
agradecer
the
a
fiscal
Danilo,
outlook for
quien
this year. I also
coordinó
want to
la
thank
preparación
Amiro
de este
for
capítulo.
coordinating this chapter.
Bueno, ¿por qué hay un capítulo sobre el
Now, why is there a chapter on non-compliant on income tax of physical persons? As we've been hearing lately, the region has a tax burden that is not enough to push forward the development we aspire to reach. Now, when we look at what we have comparing with OECD, excluding social contributions, we see that the gap is concentrated on income tax, especially that of physical persons.
Asia recaudan más en promedio por este concepto?
And this is a concept that is interesting. And this weakness is the result of many factors, of many things. From the regulatory standpoint, we can see the high levels of non-taxable income, preferential strata, among others. And from a structural standpoint, the productivity of the region, the informality, and the impact of inequality over tax morale. And to that, we have the recessive factor, which is evasion. By 23, we estimated the loss of at about $344 billion only between VAT and income tax non-compliance. In view of this reality, the chapter proposes two goals. First of all, to measure the magnitude of non-compliance in a sample of countries through a harmonized methodology and data of public access. ECLAC is concerned about consolidating the measurement of non-compliance, but this is nothing new. We have already developed our own methodologies, but we believe that we should insist on this because estimations are still scarce. Secondly, how can the countries tackle this non-compliance? And here we have a series of measures. And by the way, this means adopting a comprehensive strategy with many instruments at the same time in view of the complexity of the problem. Let me give you the context. The gap on this non-compliance is evident when we compare this region with the OECD. On the other hand, as we heard yesterday, income tax or corporate income tax declaration is as an average equivalent. And the region is really the champion in indirect tax collection on goods and services. Before talking about Latin America, I think it's worth saying that non-compliance of personal income tax also affects developed countries. As we see here, the prevalence of non-compliance as measured by non-compliance rate is similar to USA, Spain, And it's also happening in Australia and Canada. In Sweden, on the other hand, well, the Swedish pay their taxes. Now, it's important to notice that non-compliance is pretty high amongst independent workers. That is something to be considered when we talk about this region. And this rate results in tremendous loss in some of the countries. And it's interesting to say that the size of the taxable uh, rate in these countries is so large that any kind of deviation ends up having a big impact. Now let's take a look at the document itself. Miro has asked me not to take too much time on here because this is all um, found in full detail. But we have decided on a top-down focus. And why? Because we wanted a framework that would be based on public data. We looked at how many countries had household surveys in order to be able to compare this with observed results. We were pretty conservative. The estimations could be interpreted as a bottom level. But let me say that we're only considering income from work, from jobs. But we do hope that that this will be related to the labor markets, and this is kind of the work that we're doing elsewhere. As you can see here, this involves three steps. First, we corrected the under declaration of income tax levels from household surveys because we're not able there to get the top level. And we also used a micro simulation to see individual taxes until we came to aggregate national results. Since we don't know the exact adjusted curve, we try to follow Monte Carlo system, and we wanted to validate this with external information. For wage earners, we simulated the pretensions for formal employees, and we added that to the observed one, discarding the distributions that have less collection than the observed one, and we weighed in the remaining information according to their proximity to what had been collected. And we were able to concentrate this on the higher decile using a value as provided by Eurostat. We also made a micro simulation for the adjusted income. And as a base, we got the median of the weighed income levels. We used a regulation of Ramos of the different rates, tax rates, and we looked at each taxpayer. We also modeled simplified regimes, income covered by them, and were excluded from the calculation. We learned a great deal about the simple schemes, and we know that countries such as Peru provide a lot of information. And thirdly, we calculated that non-compliance comparing potential collection with observed collection. What did we find? Well, total non-compliant rates range from 13% in Uruguay to 34% or more in countries such as Peru and Honduras. In some cases, this is a third or more than the estimated collection that is lost because they just don't pay their taxes. Now, as expected, And similar to OECD countries, the independence non-compliance is greater than wage earners. And we all know about this. Wage earners are paid through the retentions on the source, and this is made by formal enterprises, whereas independent workers have to declare themselves. That is often the case. What's interesting is to compare what's happening between countries. Let's take a look at Honduras and Peru. Both have high levels of non-compliance among the independent workers, but the result is different for wage earners. Clearly, the reasons behind non-compliance are not the same. On some occasions, there could be greater challenges in oversight amongst formal workers and uh, the design of the tax itself, the progressivity, the um, income that is not taxable. And that means that there is a small group of the formal economy that does not pay. And this makes a big difference between wage earners and independent workers. And the total rate depends on the makeup of the taxpayers and how much each group weighs. Panama is a good example. 77% of non-compliance among independent workers, similar to other countries such as Honduras and Peru. But only 17% of total, because the potential collection is mainly among wage earners.
with retention at the source. And another thing that we found in our estimates is that one part of independent workers could be classified as almost waged workers. These are people who work at stores, informal stores, in a situation of dependence, de facto independence, for enterprises that are outside the system. And those companies, if they were formalized, and then the workers would be included in the tax base. And at the same time, the workers would contribute via retentions at the source. And the underlying message here is that there is no single solution. Each country has a combination of factors: designing of the tax, the ability to oversee, the productive structure, level of informality, and strategies to address non-compliance should respond to that reality. According to our estimates, tax compliance or non-compliance leads to significant losses in countries. As expected, the gap focuses on independent workers, reflecting the high rate of non-compliance among this group, and since the composition of the labor market in many of these countries, the potential collection, according to the current legislation, also varies a lot from one country to another: 1.8% of GDP in Honduras to 3 in Uruguay. But there is one important point here that we would like to highlight, and that is, even with full compliance, potential collection of taxes in these countries is still well below the levels that we see in the OECD. So reducing non-compliance is fundamental, but must be seen as part of a broader package that also strengthens the design of the tax and extends the taxable base. And so with this, I hand over to Ramiro. I would like to highlight the team has a lot of effort put in here by Michael and Helena. An area where ECLAC has been a historical reference in terms of statistics and in especially taxation and income tax. Here we have Richard Hoare and Andrea and some projects of 15 years ago. They're still cited. And so we need to make an effort to return to these estimates, to improve them, and to simplified regimes for independent workers as stems from the estimates. Here, this is core. The existing differences in the estimates when you're trying or working with wage workers or independent workers on account of the tax features. And of course, how do the taxpayers think and act and facilitate voluntary compliance and meeting the regulations? And one important aspect, I will focus on 3 of these measures to give examples. In the chapter, you will find we did a lot of work searching for recent trends with concrete examples of how countries are moving ahead in this. And we saw that the evidence does show that countries understand that these strategies are important to address compliance, especially personal income tax. And some examples of the countries of the region are giving signals and could be taken as a benchmark by the other countries of the region. One important theme is digitalization and the use of technology to improve compliance, and also control and oversight of non-compliance. This was mentioned on day 1 and I believe day 2 as well. There is a need to move ahead integrating information systems and that tax administration has access to today, and how, based on the information captured today of the contributors through various regimes and systems, how they capture more information to in turn facilitate compliance and detect maneuvers to be able to evade or avoid tax. In each country, we find examples of this, and in the next one, we also highlight progress made in terms of international cooperation. I think that we all understand this. 15 years ago, or 20, but no more than that, we began to understand that evasion, especially in personal income tax, was not just a domestic matter, but that there was a major international component, and that tax administrations, even the most advanced in the region, had great difficulty in capturing information of their contributors or the income or the wealth spread out abroad, and progress with cooperation initiatives have been very relevant. There's still a lot to be done. And here, the last evidence shows that countries begin capturing information that allows them to get to know contributors more and also get information, as highlighted here, information on financial accounts and assets that are set out abroad, and this allows reducing non-compliance of personal income tax in different countries. And here we've highlighted the news from Chile. Now, if you recall day 2, Marcio Verdi said, there is no fiscal policy without a fiscal administration. I always turn the phrase around and say that there is no chance of the tax administration to combat non-compliance without regulatory reforms that supplement that work. That is, we assign relevant
Chile, que
This
se
webinar is
publicará
being
más adelante
transcribed and
en el
summarized.
transcurso del año. Y bueno, queremos agradecer a Dalmiro, a Noel, a Michael por apoyarnos en el transcurso del proyecto y por invitarnos a participar de este seminario. Así que arranca Belén. No sé si se cargó, sí.
Bueno, haciendo eco de las palabras de Ariela, muchas gracias por la invitación y solo déjenme decir que Oscar fue un profesional intachable y una persona muy generosa que todos vamos a extrañar muchísimo. Pero bueno, vamos a empezar. Ahí está. Bueno, el trabajo que presentamos hoy se inscribe, como dijo Ariela, en un debate central para América Latina y que un poco ayer fue mencionado, que tiene que ver en cómo sostener los sistemas de protección social en contextos de alta informalidad. Y con esa premisa, el documento tiene por objetivo presentar primero un marco conceptual que aborda la informalidad, considerándola como un fenómeno estructural que condiciona la política fiscal en múltiples dimensiones, pero principalmente sobre el enfoque de la sostenibilidad de la protección social en el mediano plazo. Un segundo objetivo reside en examinar las principales estrategias de los países de la región para justamente formalizar y para la formalización y para lograr este incremento de la cobertura de la protección social. A partir de este análisis buscamos extraer algunas lecciones y elementos de la política fiscal que pueden ser relevantes para los distintos contextos de los países de la región que venimos viendo, entendiendo la heterogeneidad que presentan todos los países de la región. Siguiente, ahí está. Bueno, el temario, la presentación sigue la misma lógica que el documento, que como dijo Ariela todavía no se publicó, y se organiza en 4 secciones. En primer lugar, partimos de este marco conceptual en donde, como mencionaba, aborda las distintas definiciones de la informalidad y su incidencia en la fiscalidad. En un segundo lugar, analizamos la fiscalidad y el financiamiento de la protección social en contextos de elevada informalidad, y acá ponemos un poco el foco en cómo los países combinan los distintos sistemas contributivos y no contributivos para expandir la cobertura de protección social. Bueno, en un tercer lugar examinamos las principales estrategias de política fiscal que están orientadas a promover la formalización y finalmente cerramos con un conjunto de reflexiones. Bueno, el marco conceptual que aquí presentamos parte de la idea de que hay una relación entre informalidad y política fiscal, que es una relación de doble vía. Un poco ayer charlamos sobre esto y no voy a ahondar en las definiciones de informalidad porque ayer ya lo dijo Fabio Bertranú, pero sí queremos hacer hincapié en esta doble vía. Por un lado, la informalidad restringe a la recaudación y por ende a los recursos fiscales porque reduce la base contributiva.
Reduces collection and reduces the tax-paying base. But also informality has a pressure on a higher demand of non-contributory expenditure so as to include sectors that are paid by general income. Informality has an impact on fiscal policy, implementing tax simplification tools and on the need of greater measures of control from tax administration. Now, this relationship can go in the opposite direction, and that is the design of fiscal policies can generate very often involuntarily adverse incentives and costs that could disencourage formality, either high social contributions or complicated systems that perpetuate precarious formality or also non-contributory social protection, and that, as we have said before, they are paid with general revenue, but very often they're poorly designed. All of these aspects act as traps in informality, and this conceptual map shows that fiscal policy can be one cause or simultaneously or a consequence of informality. And therefore, sometimes there is a vicious circle if it is a problem if we speak about expenditure sustainability, but mainly expenditure in social protection. To recognize this two-direction or two-way path is very important, and find policies not to be counterproductive. Now, in this section, we focus in providing a context of fiscal policy and financing of social protection in the region. Latin America and the Caribbean present an informality rate of 52%. The level of expenditure in social protection is below that of advanced or developed economies, with a level of coverage which is a bit more than 51% of total population. And where social protection, non-contributory social protection system has played a key role in recent years. Yesterday, Dalmiro mentioned that this is the average, and sometimes this average hides significant heterogeneity among countries. So the document tries to analyze common patterns among different countries, building a typology, considering the specific conditions of social protection, the level of informality, and tax burden. The typology we are presenting today is summarized into 4 groups. On the one hand, Group A, that includes social protection systems that are more developed, relatively more developed, with higher expenditure in contributive and non-contributive expenditure, a high tax burden, greater coverage of social protection, with informality levels that continue to be high but are below the average of Latin America. Here we find Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Costa Rica, and Uruguay. Then, on the other hand, we have another group of countries, Bolivia, Colombia, Ecuador, Mexico, and Panama, where social protection systems are intermediate, with levels of expenditure in social protection and tax burden close to the regional average, but with a mixed composition of instruments that are contributive and non-contributive in a context of significant labor informality. Group C are those countries with lower expenditure in social protection, lower tax burden, high levels of informality, and very reduced small coverage. And here we have El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Paraguay, and Peru. And then finally, last but not least, we have Group D, where systems have less tax burden as compared to the regional average, but with a spending in social protection that is limited, and reduced coverage where informality is below the average. And this is Bahamas, Barbados, Jamaica, and Dominican Republic. Here we can see on this graph patterns observed in the typology I showed you before. And basically, here you can see the different groups standardized according to the regional average for 5 indicators. I can tell you, one is contributive, non-contributive spending, social protection, informality, and coverage of social protection. Tax burden, informality, and the pointed line, 100, dotted line. And you have a group of countries in connection with Latin America. So to speak about the groups again is repeating the previous slide, but this graph shows that heterogeneity, which is structural in the region and policymakers have many challenges in a strategy of formalization and social protection instruments. Strategies should be used in accordance with this structural configuration. And now Mariela has the floor.
Bueno,
Well, and bearing in mind this context of Latin America, is that we address the different strategies followed by the countries in order to combat or fight informality, these tools that will allow also to guide a design of comprehensive and articulated policies in the region. For this, we have raised a multidimensional analysis taking into account 3 fundamental dimensions.
Tres dimensiones fundamentales, una vinculada con la...
One related to regulations, one on institutional agreements, and the other one incentives. Now, from the perspective of fiscal policy, and the idea is to analyze and see what dimensions were addressed by different countries, what were the strategies followed by them, what can be taken as a benchmark in order to address this problem that affects all countries of the region. Out of the analysis, it's important to mention, are the policies linked to increase productivity from the macroeconomic sphere. So we focus at 3 dimensions. The first one is regulatory, referring to formalization strategies associated to regulatory, administrative aspects, registration, dissemination of benefits for workers, economic units. All these aspects are key because they do have an influence on the determination of companies and workers to join the formal market. Among the experiences to be highlighted, we have the Colombia Trabaja Formal program, or strategies, one-day company in Chile, or business help desks in Colombia, the one of Panama, Ventanilla Ágil. These are different strategies designed to simplify economic units and workers. In Chile, progress is made with the digitalization of contracts, and that facilitates the registration of workers. Now, the second dimension is called institutional agreements. In fact, it contemplates all strategies displayed by countries in a coordinated way with trade unions, workers, groups, or business chambers. The idea is to look for incentives mediated by the role played by these different institutions. And we have responsibility, and in the region, the idea is to generate agreements with digital platforms and thus include the workers from platforms to the formal market. And then finally, perhaps the dimension that's most developed, it has to do with incentives. Here, you consider tax aspects, that is, tax exemptions, contributions, subsidies, or simplified systems, or incentives on the side of public expenditure, including benefits addressing population groups, favoring formalization of labor. On the side of resources, I will stop a while. I will refer to simplified systems mentioned by Fabio yesterday and Almiro now. And this is a type of strategy followed by almost all countries of the region that seek through a tax simplification only one single payment to incentivize and incorporate independent workers or micro enterprises to become formal, through a different treatment than the general system. In some cases, like that of Argentina, Uruguay, and Brazil, in these systems also, contributions to social security have been included, and with different implications in this. I would like to mention only a few points that can be seen in the CIME's evaluation in Brazil. CIME, on the one hand, it was successful to promote registration. It also increased the income of micro entrepreneurs also promoted access to credit for these SMEs. However, available evaluations show an alert and say, beware with the actuarial imbalance. EMA has a very subsidized rate, and that generates possibilities of non-sustainability long-term, especially on the pension side. And on the other hand, as Rodrigo was saying yesterday, it generates an effect that is called precarious. It's called turning being labor market precariousness, generating adverse effect to formalization long term. And also it generates an incentive to underbill, under-invoice to stay within the system, and it generates a sort of small taxpayers that have no incentive to contribute to the general system of taxation. So all these systems should be assessed with caution, although it's true. And there is an increase in registration of workers. On the other hand, it has longer term effects that have an influence on the fiscal policy.
The countries also included some tax incentives to reduce the burden by these contributions. An example is the reduction of contributions that we saw in Colombia in 2012. Another special treatment is that of differential treatment with domestic workers, construction workers, certain sectors that have greater informality. I'm going to give them a different treatment, some exemptions, and prioritize some population groups. On the side of the expenditure, we also see several measures, but I'd like to stress the case of the salary bonus in Brazil. It is minimum wage level. It is up to 2 minimum wages, and it guarantees this level of income. And this benefit was created a long time ago with the Federal Constitution of 1988, but it is a benefit that, well, it's a paradox. What it shows us, and why do I use this example? Because it shows us that including benefits, contributive benefits, generates an impact in the formalization of workers. And especially in the evaluations made show an impact on women who perceive up to 1.5 minimum wages. It impacts formality. So this is showing us that not only through non-contributory expenditures, but also by increasing contributory benefits, we can generate an impact in formalization.
Entonces, como cierre, ¿cuáles son las lecciones?
To conclude, what are the lessons learned? First, we need to begin by recognizing, as Belen mentioned, and as has been said all morning, the starting point in the region is the heterogeneity of the situation. Not only between countries, but also within countries. If we want to address informality, we need to recognize these heterogeneities and understand that a policy that works for one sector may not work for another. So the idea is to articulate the dimensions and take into account a more comprehensive vision. If we're thinking about incentives, if we're not better understanding the information, the incentives won't have a significant impact.
Sí, no está articulado con el sector.
And sometimes if a sector is not articulated with a contributory system, then the benefits could be contradictory. So it's necessary to articulate the different dimensions to have an implementation sequence that's specific for each case. Greater emphasis again to the agenda to increase benefits. Sometimes focus is on costs of formalization, not so much on the benefits it generates. So we need to add this agenda because with the cost reduction agenda, it's not enough. So these benefits must be benefits that are tangible for workers so that they need to be tangible and real so they can see the benefits of joining the formal market. And the third point, simplified regimes need to be assessed periodically in their to find their balance and in their real capacity of achieving formalization. They must include this gradual transition towards full contributory regimes with temporary limits on permanence and a focus on being more rigorous with workers that have a low contributory capacity. Last, for the non-contributory programs must be a supplement, not a substitute of the contributory system. So it's important to articulate both systems. The initial one won't be lost when you join the formal workforce. There is a progressive change in the benefits. So that way they can both have incentives for growth. Fifth, to include stakeholders, non-state stakeholders in these formalization strategies. We see experiences in Chile, Mexico, and Brazil on these digital platforms, and also Argentina. We see incentives to the platforms so that they can contribute to social security. And finally, and not less important, is investing in administrative interoperable records. During the pandemic, the COVID pandemic, the countries that had updated records with the administrative data, tax data, civilian information had a greater and more agile response than other countries that did not have this information. That is all. Thank you. Salud. I'd like to offer the floor to Delmiro Moran, head of the Economic Affairs of the Economic Development Division, and Juan Badilla. We're going to upload the presentation. I promise this is the last time I will speak. This is my last mask of the day. Well, I'm going to try to be very brief. I will try so that I can offer the floor to Juan Manuel. So following the line of this panel, it is yet another challenge that our policies have at a regional level. And
Lo que intentamos es
This
abordar
webinar is being
uno de los
transcribed and
instrumentos
summarized.
que los países utilizan para implementar políticas públicas en áreas críticas o en sectores estratégicos. Este debate no es un debate nuevo. Realmente, si uno busca antecedentes desde aquel que acuñó el término gasto tributario, que era el profesor Surrey, ya discutía sobre la utilidad o la eficiencia relativa que tenían los gastos tributarios que existían en ese momento. Él hizo un análisis para Estados Unidos y que actuaban de manera complementaria a otros instrumentos de políticas de gasto directo y cómo evaluar estas políticas y qué conveniencia tenía cada una de ellas y era la más eficiente en ese momento. Entonces, si en la siguiente, nosotros la definición que hemos utilizado para este tipo de gastos tributarios específicos son tratamientos tributarios preferenciales, bueno, como en general se suele definir a los gastos tributarios, enfocados o otorgados a determinados contribuyentes o sectores específicos, pero la particularidad es que tienen el propósito, al menos en la normativa y cuando se introducen en la legislación, de reducir desigualdades, incentivar la provisión privada de prestaciones o apoyar a las personas y a los hogares en situaciones que afectan su bienestar o implican riesgos sociales. Lógicamente, esto, para sistematizarlo y clasificarlo, esto se vincula con ámbitos que fueron abordados durante estos 3 días y relacionados con la política social, protección social, educación, salud, vivienda y para gastos tributarios vinculados a sostenibilidad ambiental, que parte de la revisión de información y va avanzando en la identificación de esos instrumentos en función de sus objetivos declarados, por supuesto. Luego clasifica en sectores a estos instrumentos identificados y agrega una clasificación que yo ahora voy a ahondar en la próxima todavía no pases, pero en la próxima lámina, que nos parece muy interesante, sobre todo por los resultados que brinda y sobre todo por los análisis que eso puede desprender para cada uno de los países. Aquí nos apoyamos en metodologías y criterios afianzados a nivel internacional y utilizamos básicamente 2 para clasificar. Usamos la metodología COFOG del Fondo Monetario y utilizamos también un concepto muy importante de la clasificación de gasto social, el método SOX que utiliza la OECD,
policies. And now I will hand over to Juan Manuel. Thank you, Dalmiro. Now, in the fiscal outlook, we take a look at 12 countries in the region: Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Costa Rica, Ecuador, Honduras, Mexico, Nicaragua, Paraguay, Peru, Dominican Republic, and Uruguay. 543 provisions of spending are identified for social purposes. The information comes from 24 or perhaps more recently when the information is available. But this allows us to take a look at the outlook and this allows us to assess the type of taxes, modality of tax spending, and the impact, as we just saw. The results obtained will show us the number of provisions as well as the fiscal cost involved. I'd also like to recall that the results depending on the methodologies used in each country. So perhaps they're not fully comparable, but it still helps us to find out the order of magnitude and what's happening in different countries in the region. As to the total number of provisions, we see a big diversity, and this follows their presentations and the previous block. And according to the results, we saw that Brazil, Ecuador, and Uruguay have many places where they don't pay some taxes. And this has to do with a number of differences between sector. Now, in this graph, we see that we see social protection. This has to do with the aid that is granted for certain situations such as care, unemployment, and this can be done individually or by household. Now, there are some benefits coming from this sector, and this has to do with reduced rate or tax tax reliefs according to the sector in question. The details involve what's happening in each sector, and for that level of detail, you may check what's happening with a full presentation that there you can find all of the details. As to the number of tax waivers, we see that these are concentrated in general consumption taxes. That involves 37% of the sample. We have noticed in the different presentations here that we see the relevance of indirect taxes in the region, especially consumption taxes. An example has to do with the waivers for goods in the basic basket. This also involves medications, educational services. In the part of recreational activities, there are also some waivers in the purchase of books, for example, and also in houses. The use of these benefits then is pretty scopy, and it involves many sectors. Then we have the benefits related to income tax and corporate tax. More than 80% of the measures have to do with these. And now the waivers can impact the progressivity of the taxes. We looked at this in a special chapter on distribution impacts. And when we talk about tax expenditure, that is also analyzed here. The right side shows us predominance of exemptions and exclusions. And this follows what we've been talking about on the concentration of these waivers. Now, let's take a look at the fiscal cost. Even though we are in a challenging moment for our finances, we still provide a lot of importance to the fiscal cost of these measures. At an average, it was said that the cost in social spending would be of 8% of GDP in the sample studied. If we look at the policy behind the tax spending, we're talking about 41% of total tax spending. Here we see differences between countries. Peru, for example, Paraguay, Chile, and Honduras have less than 1% of GDP, whereas Nicaragua and Mexico are above 2.5% of GDP. And we have Ecuador that is at 3.4% of GDP. This shows the importance of tax spending towards social purposes. And on most situations, these are close to 40% of the total waivers involved. We also looked at the sectors that have developed these methodologies. We once more see the relative importance of social protection. On the right side, we see that we're talking about 1% of GDP. And in considering the 12 countries, in blue or light blue, we see the importance of this measure as comparing to other sectors. Now, there are some exemptions, such as Chile, Peru, and Honduras. As we already said, we have countries that spend less towards social purposes. What about the other sectors? We see that there's a relative weight that is pretty high in housing, community services, health, secondly, and also education. Let's go back now, taking a look at the impact. It will show you the results coming for that variable. Here we use indirect instruments through goods and services. That involves a different number of provisions on the left, as well as fiscal cost. If we add indirect impact through entities, well, this would be about 83% of total tax spending in social benefits. We can also take a look at the share of spending, direct spending, fiscal spending. As Ramiro said, this could be a substitute, not a perfect substitute, but still a substitute to different social spending through transfers, the traditional ones. This is rather limited. When you look at the full presentation and the chapter, you'll see that often it's nil. We once more want to talk about the use of indirect impact instruments, as we just saw. These may have an ambiguous distributed impact, diluting the efficacy of social results. As we saw in the different options of public policies, this could be compared with direct impact measures or focused measures behind the spending, such as cashback and direct transfer. We realize, though, that this discussion involves complicated elements. As we've been hearing these 3 days, we find that it's very important to evaluate public fiscal spending. It is equally important to have methodologies that are made for that purpose. Identification and classification of these instruments will allow us to have a wide perspective on all of the measures that coexist, whether under public policy at large, but also within tax systems. And besides, we like the institutionalization of evaluation and monitoring systems of tax spending, because this contributes to accountability and transparency. As we just heard from Rodrigo Toneto, we appreciate the Brazilian experience through the complementary law 1234. That is an excellent way to assess the existing expenditure, but it also creates a framework for future proposals of tax expenditure for all countries. And finally, we have a recommendation in order to improve the governance of tax spending. We must have a comprehensive improvement of technical capabilities, technical, operational, political techniques, and foresight as well of the institutions in charge of these policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Dalmiro, and thank you, Juan Manuel. And now the last presentation of the panel by Andrea Podesta, consultant who's worked for many years with the Economic Development Division. Please go ahead, Andrea. Good morning. We're almost good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank the organizers for the opportunity to be part of this session. I will present a study that we did at the Economic Development Division on this occasion on tax spending related to environmental sustainability, and together with a review of recent experience in some countries that officially began to measure this sort of tax spending. So, the content of the presentation, first of all, a short introduction. I will show you the methodological approach and then focus on the results of the study, the identification of the incentives, an estimate of the fiscal cost, that is, the waivers of a collection implied by these tools. And then we will see the experience in 4 or 5 countries of the region. And then finally close with some reflections and final challenges. A lot has been said already about the reduced capacity of the region to sustain a long-term growth. Also, a lot has been said regarding the increasing impact of climate change and the vulnerability of our countries. All of this increases the need for investment. In this situation, we believe that certain strategic sectors are key because they're linked to environmental sustainability, and in particular where the tax incentive that, if properly designed, could contribute to mobilize resources for this type of investment. However, always highlighting that the use of fiscal incentives implies a series of costs and difficulties, and so you need information to assess the cost efficacy of the policy. In this case, we want to provide further information, a methodology to analyze this type of tool, and this is focused on 10 countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. I will not dwell on the methodology because this was also mentioned by Ramiro, and it's in one of these red books that you distributed. The approach was devised for environmental sustainability, and this could be adapted to the various themes, such as the social side, as Delmiro and Juan Manuel mentioned, and also various country contexts. It is based on 4 stages. First of all, the review of information, not only tax spending, official reports of tax spending, but also review of the legislation and other sources. And so after identifying these incentives, the preferential treatments that may have a positive impact on sectors related to environmental sustainability, and where we consider those that have a direct environmental purpose, as well as others that could have an indirect or secondary impact on sustainability. And we classified them in the 7 sectors that ECLAC has identified as related to sustainability. And then lastly, we put together the database with regulatory information, type of tax, a short description, instrument type, the sector linked to sustainability, and when the information permitted this, an assessment of the fiscal cost. So, the main results. We saw that there is a clear concentration in 3 areas in terms of the energy transition, electromobility, and bioeconomy. Example, energy transition. We found that exemptions, deductions, reduced rates prevail to encourage the use of renewable energy and also the production of biofuels. In regarding electromobility, most incentives have to do with the adoption of electric or hybrid vehicles, whereas, for example, in bioeconomy, which is also relevant in most countries, there are benefits linked to sustainable forest development, biotechnology, the conservation of biodiversity. And then circular economy. There are incentives in some countries, mainly linked to recycling and integral waste management. However, in sustainable agriculture, water management, or encouraging sustainable tourism, we did not find, or very few cases, of countries that use these tools. As to the estimate of the fiscal cost of these tools, once again, as my colleagues in previous presentations said, there is a lot of heterogeneity among countries as in assessing the amounts of the tax spending, as well as analyzing the type of tax spending, the type of tax to which they were applied, and the beneficiary sectors. Clearly, this is a clarification. Part of the variability is explained by the methodological differences in measuring the tax spending and the reference frameworks used by countries to measure it, but also levels of segregation that the information is presented with, and our possibility of making a distinction between the environmental component of these incentives. And then, in addition to the figures that I will be showing, you can include all tax spending related to environmental sustainability on account of this difficulty of breaking down the information. And because some countries also apply general regimes to promoting investments that could span different sectors, not only those related to environmental sustainability. And so the case of Chile could not be quantified precisely on account of this difficulty in terms of using more general regimes.
De todas formas, si
In
viene
any case, although we did identify a lot of tax incentives, when we saw the cost of these, the tax spending, they represent very low proportions. For example, below 0.2% of GDP in all cases, below 2.3% of total tax spending, and less than 1.3% of collection. So the figures are extremely low.
en el análisis, según
In our analysis by sectors that sustain environmental sustainability, in most countries this has to do with energy transition. Nevertheless, we also see differences among countries with regard to this composition of tax spending. In Ecuador, for example, there is a greater sectoral diversification between the circular economy, electromobility, and energy transition. In Brazil, what prevails are waivers in programs related to electromobility, and in Uruguay, tax spending in bioeconomy stands out.
evaluamos
And also, we took a look at the design of the incentives and found that in most countries, the greatest waivers are explained by exemptions, regressive rates, and rebates, which are surely not directly related to the levels of investment or the costs. And so the evidence, or the little evidence available that we found, showed that they are less effective when it comes to promoting investment. However, in the use of deductions, fiscal credits, and referrals, this has have less weight in total tax spending. So this is a niche, an opportunity, or a margin to improve the design and focus them more towards specific incentives that are linked to the amounts actually invested. Furthermore, analyzing by type of tax also varies according to the country. In some cases, what prevails are the incentives applied to VAT, in others, corporate income tax, and in cases such as Argentina, Brazil, Ecuador, and Uruguay, it has to do with tax spending on selective taxes, that is, fuels or electric and hybrid vehicles.
y ahora me quería centrar
Now I wanted to focus on some countries that have started to identify, measure, and publish tax spending on the environment. This information is rich and is very valuable because it allows you to see how aligned the tax policy is with environmental policies. It could serve as an input for regular assessments, but there are still challenges, especially in order to have a more exhaustive or complete assessment of the environmental incentives and moving towards methodological harmonization among countries. Also, here we should highlight IDB contributions to this. And lastly, I wanted to comment on the impact assessments in Brazil.
en Costa Rica.
In Costa Rica, this is a pioneer in the region in beginning to measure environmental tax spending. The methodology has been used as the basis for other countries. And this approach classifies incentives according to their environmental incidence or impact, with a main purpose or a secondary purpose, neutral impact, negative impact. And then the last data available shows that environmental spending represents 0.49% of GDP, with a clear prevalence of tax spending with a negative impact, mostly explained by concentration in transport, where you coexist with incentives for fossil fuels and also incentives of more of cleaner technologies. Honduras is another country that has moved ahead in measuring environmental tax spending, and as I said, based on the Costa Rica methodology and IDB guidelines. Here, environmental tax spending represented 0.8% of GDP and was concentrated in the electric power sector. Also, what prevails is a negative impact explained due to exonerations of fossil fuels used in generating electricity. So the positive environmental spending has to do basically with incentives to use renewable energies. A distinctive aspect of the Honduras official report is linking the incentives with emissions. So the percentage of CO2 emissions coming from these vehicles that are exonerated. And so 19% of total emissions are due to fuels which are receiving preferential tax exonerations. And also Nicaragua publishes their environmental spending, but only the positive one, which is concentrated among the renewable energies. And then lastly, we have the Dominican Republic that recently began publishing this, if I remember correctly, last year, and also based on the Costa Rican methodology, but adapted to their own national context, adapted to their national commitments. In this case, environmental tax spending represents 0.37% of GDP, and also prevalent is spending with a negative impact due to the waivers to encourage fossil fuel use for electricity generation. And then another example of the impact assessment of the tax policy
in Brazil, and it has to do with waivers to biodiesel.
But of course, there are social, environmental challenges. This study in Brazil measured results, social results, economic results, environmental results, where this tax reduction policy ended up favoring soy, but didn't diversify into other raw materials. And the benefits are concentrated in the south and center east of the country. It doesn't include all the family farmers of more remote areas, such as the north, northeast, or semi-arid areas. And in economic terms, it did achieve the substitution of fossil diesel and included it into the biodiesel into the energy matrix. In environmental terms, it has reduced contaminating emissions. So it's an example of how countries can carry out an assessment of tax policies, of the tax incentives, and see how they are complying with the objectives they were created for. And some challenges and reflections that we wanted to share with you from this study. These well-designed tax incentives with good governance could contribute to the mobilization of private investment to these sectors related to the energy transition with electromobility, with a circular economy and biotechnology, and thus contribute to supporting these climate goals. However, we need a comprehensive approach that combines environmental taxes with tax incentives in order to reinforce these incentives to promote sustainable alternatives and have less contaminating alternatives. Of course, a margin for improvement in the design. We have incentives predominating that are not linked to investment or investment costs. So there is space for room for improvement here. As we know, and has been stressed in other presentations, what matters is we need to review and reduce fossil fuel. We've seen or incentives. We've seen the importance of this, but the way in which you eliminate these expenses related to fossil fuels need to be careful, because we need to take care of avoiding regressive impacts. If we're going to eliminate those benefits, then we need to see how we're going to compensate the population that needs them the most. And also, as we have mentioned here at ECLAC throughout the years, the costs and fiscal risk, the distributive risks of these benefits or tax benefits. It's not only the collection, but what it does to the tax system, possible inequities, vertical, horizontal, and space for tax evasion, tax avoidance. So we see that it is key. We saw this in Brazil. We saw the environmental, economic, social, and environmental impacts of these implementations. It's not enough to have these on their own. We need to take a look at the environment. And of course, in order to mobilize investment, there are other factors that evidence has shown are very significant, such as the institutional environment. It's important to stress the importance of advancing towards solid governance and strengthening institutional capacities in order to improve the management of these tax systems and advance towards an inclusive, productive, and sustainable development, as ECLAC has mentioned. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Andrea.
Thank you, Andrea. I'd like to offer the floor now to Michel Corrat. We have a few minutes to carry out comments on the presentations. Thank you. I would like to congratulate the division, the Economic Development Division, for their interesting work. Very innovative. And thankful that I was invited to comment on this. Before this session, I had the possibility of looking in detail at the estimate of tax evasion with respect to physical persons' income. So I'm going to delve into that. You recalled that there had been an effort made to estimate tax evasion, and this was around 15 years ago. I believe it was published in 2010. I can't really remember the exact date, but I remember I participated. And the idea was to measure evasion at the time. We used surveys. And we saw that there were 3 problems with these surveys. One is that there needs to be tax, well, they need to file tax, and some don't file the exact amount that they are making. And most importantly, there tends to be an underrepresentation of people with the highest incomes. And then we also saw a representation of capital income. And in 2010, we were able to take a better look at this because you looked at the adjustments with the national accounts, partially with capital. There were interests and other things and adjustments that had to be made. And we looked at the highest percentage because they had higher income. It seemed to, it could seem reasonable, but it's important for these studies. So the truly important thing of the study is that it solves the issue that we were not able to address at the time of underrepresentation of the gains or income of people with from the higher sectors. So I thought it was quite creative and robust, this proposal, this solution, because there isn't any access to the tax statements. And they were trying to incorporate this information, but I led a tax evasion study recently at the Chilean tax revenue system, and we had certain data, and we based ourselves on the tax return forms and applied adjustment factors to national accounts. So the creative way of doing this is by testing several distributions, one uniform, and then you take a look at how these statements grow as the income is reported by a simulation. And I had only seen it for project assessment, but it was very interesting. So I'd like to go back to something that's related to tax evasion and the study, which has to do with this idea that, and something we observe, which is that tax collection as a percentage of the GDP is very low in Latin America compared to OECD countries. And the other way around, the way you presented it, corporate tax is at similar levels. And we have some information here. If we look at this for Latin America, in average, there are a few years where we've had the same burden, 3.9 more or less. But if we look at Latin America in 2022, Chile collected 27% in corporate tax, 5.7, 5.5 in Colombia, 5.2 in Peru, and Mexico, 3.9. But in Europe and the OECD, there are countries like Germany that collect 2.3, 2.2, Finland 3, France 2.8, etc. So this comes to mind because as a result of the estimates that we made at the Chilean IRS, we measured evasion of around 46% in companies. So some said, oh, that's not possible because Chile collects 5% of the GDP, so there shouldn't be any evasion. Therefore, we should be collecting around 9% of the GDP, and that's not logical. And the truth is that it's not illogical necessarily, because it could also, let's see, you mentioned several aspects that explain why personal tax collects very little. Special regimes, and where the maximum rates are lower than in the OECD, the exempt section could be too broad. Evasion. So evasion actually explains that gap. Another hypothesis was that there are differences in the tax systems in corporate income. That could be interesting, but perhaps we would need to better study it. And what do I mean here is that in most countries, the OECD, there are different ways of measuring this. On one hand, you have the corporations that pay the corporate income tax, and shareholders pay on dividends, or they take it to their personal tax. But we call personal LLCs, the company doesn't pay taxes in the same manner, and the gains are assigned to the owner of the company. And that could explain how companies collect much less as a result of the GDP as compared to South America, because here it applies to all companies. If we did that in Chile and applied it only to corporations, we wouldn't collect 5, we'd collect 1.5 of the GDP. On the other hand, the fact that the other companies that don't pay corporate tax could assign gains to persons, and then that would raise their personal tax return. Because how do we distribute it? Owners sometimes receive around 30%. It doesn't surpass 30%. So there's a hypothesis, and I'd like to be able to study it and to conclude how we can explain this enormous difference between the collection of both taxes in Latin America and OECD.
Now, jointly with informality, now with that subject, I mean now. Informality, as was said in the presentation of Ariela Maria Belén, it referred in general to informality, but one way to address it is informal work, where the central thing is evasion of social security contributions. But then you could ask, how much informality is in income tax evasion or VAT evasion? Economic activities, for example, that are carried out informally by physical or natural persons. You can use surveys to measure that evasion through informality to the extent that the survey may allow to distinguish, differentiate who conducts formal activities, who conducts informal activities. The survey we used in Chile, yes, helped us to reach an estimate. And what was interesting in Chile's informality accounts for an important part of VAT evasion, but not income tax evasion, because they have informal workers receive subsistence, subsidies, and others. But I don't know if that is the same in other countries where there is more informality. Peru, Honduras, that was in the study. So it would be very interesting to evaluate that from that point of view as something that could be done in the future. And I'm almost concluding to say something about tax expenditure regarding the presentation of Almiro and Juan Manuel. I was thinking, well, in my mental classification, these expenditures, well, the purpose was to improve distribution of income or reduce regressiveness of taxes. It could be, but others, like goods or that benefit, like education and health. What you say is what's important is to evaluate, to measure is the basis, but hopefully one could evaluate if the tax expenditure does meet the objective it pursues or not. And it comes to mind because in Chile, there was a lower number, yes, because in VAT, you have a broad base. There are VAT exemptions for health and education, but they are very regressive exemptions. That and maybe one could delete. But I wanted to highlight that. And as to what Andrea was saying, it's striking that in several countries you have environmental tax expenditure with negative incidence. Maybe is that related to the fact that negative incidence expenditure are apparently progressive. What do I mean? The case of oil that in Chile pays less tax than gasoline, and one would like it to pay more, but no. But that is mistakenly understood as regressive because it will make cargo transportation much more expensive. All the products will be more expensive and an impact on the population. So I imagine that has to do with the difficulty of deleting that benefit, but it would be good to withdraw them. And that, but it's a difficulty. Yes, indeed. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Ahora quiero.
Thank you. And now a couple of questions. We are somewhat beyond time, beyond schedule, but if there are questions, please. No? You are hungry, I think. Well, thank you. Thank you to the speakers, to the comments of Michelle, to the whole team of Economic Development Division. And the next panel begins at 2:10. Yes, so that we can attend the last session of the seminar. See you then, 2:10.
Hola, hola, hola. ¿Hay alguien del equipo técnico de la WebEx por ahí? Hola, hola.
No hay nadie stick acá arriba todavía.
Oye, es que tengo una duda existencial, porque en un ratito se va a conectar una persona a chequear, que eso lo puedo manejar yo, pero no veo como mi botón de abrir cámara. Entonces parece que ahora no se puede hacer eso si no tienes como una autorización o algo. Entonces, si cuando llegue la people, a ver si de pronto
Ya.
me hacen
Igual voy a comunicarme con ellos para ver que venga alguien luego para acá.
Ya, bacán. Gracias.
Ya.
Hello, hello, hello. Dear Sherry, can you hear me? I'm not sure if you hear me or not. We have some technical issues with our role in the WebEx. You and I both appear as attendees, but we will shortly be turned into speakers. Okay, great. It's great that you can hear me. Thank you for that chat. I cannot see the list of attendees, but I got notice that you're online. So first of all, thank you for being here. And second of all, please excuse me. I just sent an email to Marilia asking where you guys were, but now I know that I couldn't see you, and that's what happened. We are waiting right now for our technical team to promote us into hosts so that we can unmute ourselves and turn on our screens. So as soon as they're here, we will be able to quickly check on your audio, video, and your screen sharing capabilities. Is that all right? Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Shari. Ooh, seems like now we are promoted. So this is my face. Hi. So now you should be able to unmute yourself and turn on your video. Oh, all right. Let me correct that right away. Atención equipo técnico, por favor. Primero, muchas gracias por moverme a panelista. Agradezco que hagan lo mismo con participante Shari Spiegel. Ella está esperando para poder tener las mismas atribuciones y así abrir micrófono y abrir cámara. Porfi, gracias. No sé quién está en el mando, pero por favor, solicito que hagan la promoción, promuevan a Shari Spiegel.
Debe estar por llegar.
Marquito, gracias. Gracias. So, dear Shari, I'm back with you. I am somehow I got promoted. You will be promoted to analyst as well very soon, very shortly. So please excuse us for this mishap. It was a total discoordination. Let's just leave it at that. Thank you. Oh, there you are. Woo! Woo! Welcome. Hey, we made it. Go, Shari. Thank you. Thank you so much. So I can hear you. So that means you are able to unmute yourself. That's great news. Can you turn on your camera? Yes, you can. Hey, yes. So nice to see you. Hello.
Nice. Yeah. Hi.
Hello, hello. Please receive my deep apologies for all this crazy stuff.
Oh, no problem whatsoever. Yeah.
We're pulling through. So can we go ahead and have you try to share your presentation on the WebEx, please?
Okay. So let me see. That must be up here. No, that's transcription. Okay, one second.
Please, you are allowed to take every second you need. Do not hesitate to take all of them.
Okay. So I'm not sure it's from the right window.
Right now, we're seeing the full screen. So we're seeing the WebEx in the WebEx.
I mean, I guess I can just do this, and that way you can see the whole screen.
You can do that. You can do that if you're okay with that. If not, you can try and see that when you say share, it should give you the option to choose to share only one specific window instead of your whole desktop. So that could. No, right now you're not sharing anymore.
Let me just see. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Allowed to share window. Now it looks like it's instead of this one. That's good. Okay.
Let's try. Yes, now I see the PowerPoint on the preview mode. Can you please try to set on the presentation mode? Because sometimes it could get wonky if you have two screens. So let's check.
Yeah.
No, right now I am seeing the whole window of the PowerPoint presentation, but
Okay,
in
good.
efficient mode, right?
Okay. Good.
Yes. Now it's showing us a presentation. So can you pass one slide just to check that you're able to move through it without trouble? That's great. That's fantastic. Oh, that's great.
See you, but I can hear you.
Can you give me 1 second, please? Equipo técnico, escuchamos muy bajo a Shari en la sala. ¿Hay posibilidad para Shari? Porque me está hablando ahora y de hecho no la escucho bien con el murmullo.
Dile que hable.
Shari, can you try to speak again? I'm checking if we can turn the volume up for you. Yes, that's better. Yes. So can you please repeat what you just asked me?
Speak for.
Right. Right. So you will have you will have 15 minutes for your presentation. So when we are ready to start, so when we start, Esteban will present the session, and then he will give the floor to you, and then you will be able to do your presentation, and then come the other presentators, and then at the end there will be a little discussion, questions maybe, depends on how the people react to everything that will be said. So I think we are all set right now. It's okay if you want to keep on sharing because you're gonna be the first one, so that's okay. If you're gonna about the presentation.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're now going to begin the last session of the seminar, the 38th Regional Seminar on Fiscal Policy, on the mobilization of resources, financing for sustainable development. We have 5 15-minute presentations and then 10-minute comments, and we will begin with Shari Spiegel, who is the Director of Financing for Sustainable Development, United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, UNDESA. Good afternoon, Shari. The floor is yours.
For inviting me to present the sustainable in the financing for sustainable development. For those of you who don't know, financing for
It was the agreement severe commitment to developing the financing for sustainable development until 2025. How the report works, as well as how the FD4 development for happens at focus on four. Focus on international trade, systemic and there's cooperation. 2027 resources. For this fragmentation, and particularly these relations and policies. Development. We're seeing fragmentation. We're seeing fragmentation in trade and investment as well. Is that developing countries face financing swings? Very much. So the report was done. It's a big process because, as I said, there are more than 60 agencies working together. So it's really being spread with states at the end. The report is the main input for the negotiations for financing for development. As a negotiator. The report was that the report was trying to, in a sense, because the report is thinking so much about much of things. Ready with that. Texas facts. Shots. So the other thing that was came out is the 2023 declining compared to 2024. In 2024, this is the biggest decline that's happened historically. Particularly 6% to OEC, so discussion for trade tensions translate across the developing countries. Despite the latest challenges and this really truly increasingly to $4 trillion steps to scale, but that's not very concrete amounts for the debt crisis and financial.
those reforms. Give you some idea. It's not just the four being highlighted. In domestic public resources, increased over the last 2 decades, and 2020. For the conference, we actually looking at trends over 2 decades to the conference. Had been increasing over the last 2 decades, convergence between developed and developing countries. So, very much differences in tax to GDP returns. 2016, but it's been disruptive tax systems, especially for countries where the tax to GDP rate is 15%. That's considered insane. It really depends how much of the country is done. The discussion, which we'll probably not attempt to go to now, on tax cooperation, international tax negotiations happening at the these developed countries have been the international tax negotiations. So looking at the legislation from 2004 to 2024, I think what's really rarely about this is this goes all the way back to 2004. But if you look, for example, LDCs, if you look at the LDC, it was actually it's not even up to the limit for the financial crisis. And most of that has increased, but again, 2016 or 2015. Right here, the federal was moving. One of the things that is important to me across that tax. I included this chapter. I think that it also is when you look at not just that in the left-hand side, growth has really started. Developing countries since before the crisis. So you can see that as public investment has been stagnant as well. It really also underscores the importance of public investment in countries. It's really important to keep in mind as well which is really important. The poorest countries obviously need more public investment. Particularly for public goods and high public employment. That was what the relationship between those two. Of course, on the public side, the question of the role and also national development banks. This is also a commitment over there. The system reforms that is for the poverty system. To better leverage the balance sheets, also saw that the share of consumption financing is actually not decreasing. Trade has become fascinating and uncertainty of commitments. But this is as see sensible for and for the countries that like to seen before. I think in the has been strengthened architecture for restructuring working and fair. So this is what to support control focus to 70% of the financial services. This is particularly with this question of inflation rising. What does this mean for global interest rates rising for the cost of living? So these are big questions. The advantage part of the severe commitment. So in terms of implementation, the agenda, what this means. Is just to go to the next, read the last two chapters. So architecture, this was just to show that the various issues in this chapter is the question of governance, the international financial architecture. And you can see that other than the top line, which is the UN, you can see that almost all of the other entities really remain constant going back to 2015. So that happened in global governance. Finally, I just want to talk a little bit about the of all of this. What do we do about all of this? This is all just which is the civil commitments. A lot of this was already happening. Discussion happening, negotiations happening. We aim to set a global financing framework to address development challenges, that concrete steps to boost investment, and to refine the international architecture. We have to be realistic about implementation. So these two things we looked at and discussed at the F54. Which was implementation has been an increase in investment in renewable energy, $2.2 trillion in 2025, stripping fossil fuels, public development, increasing maintenance, increased understanding of how the whole public development system works. Second level, though, for some of them, such as far as it went to public. But I mean, still need to be on the table and discuss and continue to discuss these ways such as governance reforms. We'll discuss that at the frame. So very quickly, one of the things, part of the outcome document, severe appropriate for action. These are military initiatives led by groups of countries and to implement your all. One of the things we did in the report is commitment in the severe commitment, and I can see that which is really been hand side supporting 170 across the area. 1% of the initiatives have already reported implementation, and many of these are actually showing concrete results. And so that's really actually very that despite the challenging environment, and finance, including working with the the LRB and the AGB to increase motivational and commitments of investment. Several different several others, as you might know. One of them is knowledge and that's what and issues to try to reduce the cost of living there, and I'm very much forward to the discussion. So, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for a very comprehensive presentation, very precise. We're going to give the Nelson David Chavez.
We move on to Nelson David Chavez, Ministry of Finance and Economy of Dominican Republic. Go ahead, Nelson. Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, I would like to thank ECLAC for the invitation to present in this space on a seminar of fiscal policy, and also thank you for the support provided by the ministry in the building of this system, a catalog of alternative mechanisms for financing.
Bueno,
Well, I think we are all clear as to the starting point, and that is fiscal limitations that the countries of the region are facing deeper shocks. We are subject to severe climate crisis or changes. And that platform provides us a very major discussion on where should development head to. One first element, well, in the case of the Dominican Republic, the catalog of alternative mechanisms of financing and the implementation of the integrated financing framework, and in addition to be one planning system or organizing processes through which you can define priorities, objectives, goals, targets, and public interventions. And the importance today is that allows for mobilization of resources, not in an isolated manner, and to be linked to the development agenda, either individual agendas of countries or sustainable development goals that many of the countries have adopted and reported about its compliance. The idea is that in terms of that system, not to finance scattered projects, but rather priorities, public priorities, and that those priorities be expressed in planning, short, medium, and long-term documents. In the case of Dominican Republic, our National Development Strategy, enacted in 2012 and it is in force until 2030, very much in sync with SDGs. And then how that permeates all the other planning mechanisms. This slide shows long-term and to short-term with yearly budgets and plans. From the perspective of implementing financing framework, and the catalog is part of that, well, the perspective is that planning doesn't end when you define an objective or target, but should also guide and lead to the question on how those priorities are financed. What sources can contribute? What are the most appropriate instruments, and what institutional capacity do you need to implement it? So the conversation on financing for development should start from an institutional premise. Mobilization of resources should be anchored to clearly defined public priorities recognized by the state, legitimacy and participation. So the financing framework, what it seeks in general terms is to align the sources of financing, the players that finance, that the objectives already discussed and defined at national level, answering three main questions. How much does it cost to move towards development goals? And we'll see that the work we've done includes costing methodologies. Second, what public, private, national, international sources can contribute to finance them? and what instruments, institutional agencies, mechanisms are needed in order to mobilize all those resources in an effective manner. An important characteristic of the INFF is that we don't plan to double efforts or duplicate efforts in all of our countries. There are gaps of financing, progress of instruments, in the mobilization of internal resources. All international agencies in some way provide accompaniment, methodology, and financing. The idea is to have one information package allowing us to transit from diagnosis to build a financing strategy aligned to those priorities. In the case of what we've worked on, these are a set of supplementary tools, methodologies, labels, SDGs, mechanisms, budget categories where we can identify gaps in financing, differences in policy priorities, so we can see and know what are those programs that or need some type of re-guidance because they're not providing the expected results. Mapping of international cooperation, strengthening of the monitoring framework, the identification of a catalog of alternative mechanisms, and therefore the strengthening and the monitoring of financing for development. In the architecture of this exercise, in the financing strategy, in a very straightforward manner, what it seeks is to map all the stakeholders or players for development and what are the tools and mechanisms in order to finance development. It needs to be clear that domestic public financing, what we've discussed these 3 days on improving fiscal space, make expenditure more efficient, but also think how the private sector, national and international, has mechanisms to finance development and how international public finances become a mechanism in order to fund and finance those development priorities. So, the catalog of alternative financing mechanisms needs to be understood as a general inventory of financial instruments, a technical operational tool in order to guide public policy decisions. What's the fittest instrument in order to finance specific thematic gaps? The role is to identify what mechanism can contribute to attract capital, reduce risks, align incentives, and make initiatives fundable. So it seeks to move from an abstract conversation on alternative financing to a decision matrix, what instruments to use, what sector, what enabling conditions, and what is the time horizon in order to implement the instrument. Today, we have identified 23 instruments grouped in 4 functional families. And that through that exercise, 15 sectors have been prioritized. And they're the ones that have a greater absorption capacity. You see agriculture, sanitation, infrastructure, transportation as the first 3. Infrastructure and transportation as the first 3 sectors in order to finance. So the catalog is organized in 4 functional families. The first family is the thematic financing. And by that, we need to think in instruments like thematic bonds, social bonds, housing bonds, SME bonds. Second functional family would be instruments that are performance or results based. And there, the financial conditions or payments are in accordance with the compliance of targets that can be verified. And here, these are bonds, credits related to sustainability, APPs, impact or in performance contracts, and payment according to results. The third family is one of instruments for risk reduction. It is liquidity management. The idea is to mitigate risks that block investment or raise its costs. It includes partial guarantees, risk shared mechanisms, parametrical insurance, and contingent lines. So the idea is to improve the bankability of projects and reduce risk perception. The fourth family is mixed finances and structured advanced structuring. Here you have project prep, project financing, concessional investment, direct investment equity, and the idea is to finance projects that are of larger scale and of complex structures. Therefore, this catalog has led to organize these instruments in a time horizon for implementation. What is identified there is that each instrument requires a strengthening of a capacity building and identification and strengthening of all systems in order to be implemented from, and this is 0 to long-term instruments. That would be more than 36 months.
In terms of enabling the use of this information that has been standardized for the mechanism, a dashboard was created, and this dashboard applies the same logic of this temporary horizon of instruments and being able to ask about the requirements and characteristics of each instrument or tool and which is ideal to use to enable or facilitate questions of the users to the catalog. In general terms, since it is part of the exercise of the INFF, we need to think about which is the governance structure that should be formed and that should enable the strategy, the funding for the development strategy, who should participate. And there should be it's a more political committee with the presence of the private sector, a technical committee, and executive secretariat that would take advantage of the same spaces that exist in planning and those that we see in public finance without duplicating spaces, but by grouping them and improving the work system. And with this, the need, if we have an instrument that can align the financing needs, then we need to take advantage of the monitoring tools for decision making. And here is the financing mechanism from the point of view of management, and there should be process indicators that allow us to address resource mobilization, having greater resource availability for all sources for these development gaps, and finally, how we measure, how we work with these spaces, governance spaces associated with the financing strategy and management planning, because otherwise we can't separate resource management from the planning exercise. So to conclude, this isn't part of the public budget, but it's seeking to supplement a broader financing strategy. We need to look at the participation of all stakeholders because there is a role that we would like to make visible and strengthen, and implementation requires institutional capacities what is most relevant is to have measurement capabilities and to see if we're actually generating results, and it could be part of that.
Y tercero, ¿verdad? El valor del catálogo.
Mobilization resources, and finally, of course, having a tool for sequencing and mobilizing resources towards these national development objectives. So it's a process that, as Undersecretary said on Monday, the Ministry of Finance and Economy is, and the Minister of Finance need to use this tool. It's an opportunity because this institution is now responsible for planning and development and public finance. So the strategy and the catalog become an adequate tool to give life to this day-to-day in financing of development. That is all for me. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Nelson. And thank you for showing us the whole institutional articulation that would be required for these financial tools. Sometimes we forget about this, and I think it's very important and supplements a previous presentation. Now we will go with Martin Kessler from the Finance for Development Lab. You have 15 minutes, Martin.
And thanks for inviting me. I'm the Executive Director of Finance for Development Lab. It's an independent think tank based in Paris, and we work a lot on the issues of, I would say, mostly low and lower middle income countries and countries with tensions, let's say. And so we have a number of reports that you can look, and we work a lot also with think tanks, with governments in developing countries to try to develop solutions and collaborating on research and on proposals, both at the country level and at the global level for G20, IMF, and the World Bank. Here, I am going to talk about the change in debt composition and the associated risks to development finance, and a bit on how the multilateral development finance system is struggling to respond to the current challenges. I'll start with the picture of debt stocks and costs. So you can see that stocks debt to GDP ratio on the left-hand side have risen for all countries, especially high-income countries, but also middle-income countries, which are the upper income countries on the left side, in yellow, and the green and red, lower middle income and low income countries. The green and red is the projections. As you can see, the projection is that those stocks will go down, but nevertheless, because of the rising cost of debt, the weight of debts of interest in government reforms will continue to rise. Here, the upline countries, which is change because India plays a very large role in that, but you can see that the interest costs take a rising share of government revenues that eats into the fiscal space. That is the case. One reason, and talked about yesterday, is that middle-income countries have increasingly turned to domestic markets. And that was the case especially for frontier markets, that's the term that bond markets use, issuers which are not, which don't issue international bonds frequently. And why do specifically? Because markets tend to be thinner, and when there's a shock, as was the case with inflation and rising interest rates in 2022 to 2024, they are shut out of the markets. And that has created a number of problems, one which is that they turn to domestic markets, which tend to be where the savings are lower, savings stock, and as a result, borrowing is more expensive and shorter term. It also means that the banks are taking a larger share of government bonds, which means that there's a reduce in the credit to the private sector and associated financial risk to the banking system. one of the results hard to read, but you can see what I wanted to highlight here is a very large heterogeneity between the evolutions. Those are the top 30 countries with high government debt service to government revenues, and a few ones which are very, very high, where the need to refinance debt, especially on the local market, it adds a lot of pressure. They have to raise interest rate to attract hot money flows from abroad in a few countries, and that makes management very difficult. What I wanted to highlight here is that what I showed before was an average. There's a lot of heterogeneity around that, and that most countries that are at the top tend to be those countries that are that have issued international bonds, but have been shut out for a few years and have turned to the domestic markets. And that's illustrated here. That's on average for low-income countries. That's really the rise in the domestic market is really around 2022, when international bond markets were close to most risky countries. So it has advantages. To turn to domestic markets means that you reduce what's called the original sin. You borrow in your own currency, which means that currency exchanges shocks create less costs in terms of your own currency. Second, it improves the working of monetary policy. When there's an actual market in domestic bonds, it allows the central bank to have more effective monetary policy and the transmission to be faster and clearer. But the risk is that the interest costs are rising, and you can see in a certain country, and there were illustration yesterday that those costs can to undo even with rigorous fiscal policy, when the primary fiscal balance is reduced, as interest costs balloon, reducing the primary fiscal balance is not enough. You need to do more because the pound of the debt that is increasing by itself with the interest rate is increasing faster than the primary fiscal balance is reduced, and that reduces fiscal pace. That means that there are risk of fiscal dominance. That when there are more domestic debt, there is a pressure on central banks to purchase part of that domestic debt, and to avoid raising debt costs, and that creates more government conflicts between government and central bank. And I think with this increase in the role of domestic debt, I think we're going to see more of these conflicts, where the government would like to suppress the rise in interest rate, but the central bank to manage inflation, and these tensions are going to increase. There's another consequence, which is that the high level of debt will require also reduced fiscal space and some more consolidation. Here I divided between countries with high debt levels, so above 60% of GDP, and lower debt level, below 60%. The green line is those with lower debt level, and the red line with high debt level, and those are the different income groups. As you can see, especially for lower middle income countries, so the top right, and the upper middle income countries, the bottom left, the countries that are more indebted, and those are projections from the IMF. So I just took the primary fiscal balance from the IMF and divided it into those groups and took the median. So what is expected by the IMF to stabilize debt is a much higher consolidation. It's about between, if you look at lower middle income country, upper middle income country, 2 to 2.5% of GDP. This is in its 3 years, basically between 2035 and 2037. So this is a very large effort. If you compare, advanced economies will have to consolidate as well, but the reason that the IMF projects is slower. It's on longer term. So this consolidation will require a lot of effort, and again, we will limit the fiscal space for investments that are necessary to maintain growth and to raise growth. but will also means political, social tension to achieve this consolidation. Now, that is the case that those IMF projections are were done just taking into account some part of the war in the Middle East. What I want to do now is try to have a thought experiment about what is the impact of the war in the Middle East. First, let's see through the lens of financial markets. And in a way, there's a very surprising, and I think you can see that throughout the risk indicator, the financial markets so far have not really taken into account this shock. It's clearly in terms of trade shock, it's really a real economy shock, but you cannot yet see it in financial indicators, especially for emerging markets. So first, so again, a bit hard to read, sorry, but this is on the left, on the horizontal axis, you can see the exposure to oil, net oil imports. Clearly, the countries that are exporting oil, so the one on the left here, it's lower and lower numerical countries, but if we expand it to a broader set of countries, it would basically be the same. Those that are that have net oil import benefits financially, and the vertical axis is the change in the bond yield, so how much more you have to pay on your long-term interest rate. So that those that have net oil imports, positive net oil imports benefit. The other ones is not much relationship. So some have increased, some have decreased, but not by a lot, and not clearly attached to oil. So in a way, the markets have taken into account the benefit of oil exports, but not the cost of oil imports. Second, when the rules at the beginning of the war, I've seen an increase in the risk measures, but it has gone down since then. And so the question is, is it a late reaction of markets? Will there be this correction and this risk on sustainable development finance? Or are we in a new normal where the low value of the dollar protects most emerging markets? So we try to do some scenarios and look at various scenarios if there was further impact of the Iran war, interest rates, exchange rates, and fiscal deficit. So I will not go into detail because I have little time, but basically, so I will skip this. But it's a very simple mechanical exercise when we look at increased primary fiscal balance, which will depend on the net on imports or more imports. The factor of goods will be larger, and interest rates increase as well. And this is where we see why the countries that are frontier, that are low middle income countries that have issued recently, are most fragile. They are dependent in a larger share from the private markets, and so here we see interest rates. So interest rates in various scenarios. So the black line with the scatters, or the interest rate when there's a shock on interest rate. The yellow one, if it remains at the level today, and the green one is kind of an optimistic scenario where they go down slowly. And it's low income, lower middle income, and upper middle income. And so for the lower middle income, they are dependent on they have more and above the panel above is official financing, so multilateral development banks, bilateral development banks, and below is private markets. And you can see that whatever happens, official financing is not that dependent on interest rate, a little bit, but not that much. But markets are. So when countries are exposed to markets very quickly, they can go to debt because they need to issue debt exactly at the moment when interest rates are high. And so that's what we're seeing here, is that the debt levels can increase very fast in the pessimistic scenario. And this is due because the primary balance will increase, you have less revenues, more spending, but also because precise moment where they increase is when interest rates are high. And it increases also the level of debt. I'm accelerating a bit, like the moderator. And what I want to finish on is that it will also increase the demands on the multilateral financial system, especially for low-income countries, which depend on concessional financing. Those resources are scarce. They depend on grants often because the concessional, so you need someone to put the difference between the rates at which you're lending and the funding rate for the development banks. And so they are becoming scarcer. And so those countries dependent on those concessional funds will require a lot of money, which might not be there. And that will create debt problems. There is space for, even if there are shocks for emerging advanced economies, they can borrow in case of emergency because they are less constrained. But for the IMF fund, for example, for the Poverty Reduction and Growth Trust, those dependent on the question of financing, there will be a question whether these funds are sustainable. Same thing for the IDA fund at the World Bank, with problems of sustainability. And it will go a bit against the direction of multilateral development banks shifting from financing the government to financing the private sector. I'll see that and I'm there.
Thank you for sharing those thoughts, especially about the heterogeneity of countries and distinguishing countries by level of income, but also in terms of finance, where the frontier or non-frontier countries. Vamos a pasar ahora a María Dolores Almeida Sánchez.
And we now hand over to Maria Dolores Almeida Sanchez, who is public finance consultant from Ecuador. Thank you. I thank ECLAC for the invitation to be here. It's a pleasure to share with you this work that we've been doing at the division. And we have all suffered in trying to summarize such a scopy topic, such as looking at all instruments in fiscal management. How can this contribute so much to climate change and the environmental protection? My presentation will first deal with how to integrate environmental and fiscal policy as another instrument of public policy. Then we'll take a look at climate change and then other objectives in environmental protection and conclusions. As you know, fiscal policy has traditional roles, but that has to do with macro stability. But everything that we do in our decisions, there's always going to be an impact in certain economic sectors that may bring in positive or negative externalities to the environment. And we have different instruments for on the revenue policy side, such as environmental taxes, when we tax the creators of negative impact on the environment, such as fossil fuels, coal, human resources, destruction, etc. We also have environmental rates, income in terms of natural sources, and we also are looking at tax spending to see what kind of economic activities we are encouraging beyond the usual goals in job creation or public investment. On the spending side, we're trying to use, aside from the traditional tools we have, we're trying to support transition towards clean energy through environmental subsidies and through donations. And we're also trying to realize try to get our infrastructure to be low in carbon and more resilient to the climate. There are different instruments that are beginning to be used that allow us to fund these activities, closing down the gaps in financing. We have concessional loans. We have the traditional ones we know about. Now we have a payment outcome by outcome, trying to avoid, for example, deforestation. there is a combined financing, there is a swap that per nature. This is much more sophisticated than we used to have in the past. We have emission permits and we have thematic bonds. These fiscal policies must land. This is a missing link. When we have to sit and manage public policies, and when you look at the regulatory frameworks, how to look at the different phases of midterm fiscal stages, when we prepare our bills, when we look at what's happening and ex post, how to commit these funds that are needed for the policies. And we do monitoring, assessment. We always talk about the results, but we need these indicators in monitoring and evaluation. And the higher fiscal authorities and the legislative must take up the role in the use of these resources. Last topic that is only seen by the central government usually must also be tackled by instances such as subnational governments and the role they may have, as well as public enterprises. Through these public companies, we have many activities such as the creation of clean energy. We can also have negative effects such as the use of fossil fuels. Here, we will take a look at climate change now. We can see that the midterm fiscal frameworks and what we've been talking about today has started including whether the climate fiscal works, because it's a contingency that if activated, we do as we always do. Okay, let's allocate quickly, but that's not the efficient way to go about it. We've now started to get contingency loans that are disbursed at the events, but we're now going towards other mechanisms such as risk transfer through non-parametric systems, insurance. We also are looking at our fiscal rules. Many countries have fiscal rules for the accountability, but when there are extreme events, we need escape clauses without risking the fiscal sustainability, but with enough flexibility to respond to these emergencies. In terms of tax revenue, we have energy taxes to mitigation and transport and to the environment, and we'll talk about this a little later. Adaptation, everything having to do with tax incentives for reconstruction. In public spending, we have public procurement that should be sustainable, low carbon investment towards social prices, public investment, resignation of spending, and social benefits when there are emergencies. Now, financing, we have green bonds and climate bonds, and that has to do with energy projects that are used in transport. Some countries are already implementing these bonds. We have energy bonds as related to greenhouse gases. We have Argentina, Colombia, Chile, Mexico, Uruguay. In transport, we have connected transportation services. Colombia, for example, have the transit rights during peak times. And in tax spending, this is pretty positive because most countries have already identified tax spending with negative impacts, such as Costa Rica and Dominican Republic, as well as other countries. What's good about this is that we have a lot of tax spending going towards the energy transition, towards renewables in Argentina, Brazil, Colombia, in about 9 countries that is happening towards biofuel and biogas. That's being seen in 5 countries. Energy energy efficiency in Costa Rica and Mexico. In sustainable mobility, we've also seen a lot of development lately in order to encourage the use of low emission vehicles such as electrical or hybrid vehicles, the use of bicycles and non-electric mobility and connected services to a lesser extent. So we're introducing electric vehicles, but it just so happens that we don't have a charging infrastructure that is needed for more electric cars. In Brazil, for example, R&D in electromobility is being conducted. Now we wonder what will be the impact in terms of environmental goals if we encourage electrical vehicles. What's going to happen with the lithium batteries because of the pollution? And then we also have other impacts and spending. We have spending in energy efficiency, disaster risk funds that are more traditional and are found in 10 countries. Pluriannual plans for investment that are aligned with climate strategies. The inclusion of carbon social prices in social evaluation of projects when we have to decide amongst different public investment projects. This is being well worked here at ECLAC. And then innovative climate financing based on policies, funding based on outcome, tradable emission, climate bonds, and sovereign bonds.
And in environmental protection, we've seen mitigation, adaptation, and now we need to see how the other goals that are being worked on, the environmental taxonomies, including water resources, circular economy, pollution, and biodiversity. And likewise, we have other instruments that are tax related on the spending side and financing side. In tax, we do have some instruments, water cannons, rates for water use, taxes on circular economy, on plastics or single use, and in pollution, dumps into water, pesticides, in forestry rates and taxes for the use of biodiversity, and in tax spending. This has been highly linked to the management of wastewater, solid waste, saving of materials, but also some, for example, linked to underground waters, residual waters, and protection of habitats. And on the spend side, we see that a lot of has been advanced. There are payment for environmental service for the FIFA in Costa Rica, the FIAs in El Salvador, water funds. There are about 26, many of them subnational. Public procurement has advanced in about 20 countries that have regulatory frameworks, but of course more centralized on the rules for contracts and not so much follow up on public procurement. And lastly, financing that is innovative for environmental protection. And here, as I was saying, is where we've seen more integration of topics. For example, debt swaps linked to the issue of thematic bonds, linked to guarantees to reduce credit risk and attract more investment, and that the resources that are freed with these funds can be invested into environmental projects. What we have in Belize and Barbados linked to marine and coastal protection, in Ecuador for the Galapagos and Amazonia, and in El Salvador for the Limpa River. And lastly, yes, policies. I just wanted to say that it is necessary to begin working on this prospective long-term view. How can we include all of these aspects and consider the impact and how to contribute to these environmental goals, to include them in the medium-term fiscal scenarios? And it's also necessary for this to be made operational via public finance management. We need to have capacity at technical level for their people to carry this out and combine these instruments, income, revenues, and financing, and it's only that way that we will ensure that the green fiscal policy may contribute to that environmental sustainability, resilient, and low carbon. Thank you. Thank you for that detailed presentation. And this has to do with what Nelson was mentioning, the necessary institutionality to carry all of this out. Now we will move on to the last presentation by Poliana Garcia Ferreira, who is Coordinator of International Tax Cooperation, Secretariat for International Affairs, Ministry of Finance, Brazil. 15 minutes. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I will continue my presentation in English, but first of all, I would like to thank Mira Noel and ECLAC for the invitation to be here in Santiago once again.
And today I will share a few insights from the Brazilian economy, but also taking in consideration the bigger context of financing for development. Since the fourth conference last year, I believe important progress was built, as Shari was showing in his presentation, in her presentation, and also some of these progress were displayed 2 weeks ago in the FFT Forum in New York. And taking this bigger context in consideration, Brazil remains committed with several initiatives in the FFT agenda, and notably the ones regarding international tax cooperation, because we've been constantly working in the UN negotiations for the convention. And also, when it comes to the severe platforms for action that Shari mentioned, we are also moving forward alongside with Spain, a working plan for international coalition to advance the taxation of high net worth individuals. So we are very much looking forward to have the countries to support this endeavor, and also we are looking forward to an implementation of a secretariat for this initiative. So that said, I'm gonna share a few examples with you of how we are moving forward with severe commitment in Brazil. Just before that, let's take a quick look at the global context. So we are witnessing an economic chaos context and a human suffering caused by escalating conflicts in the Middle East, and these are triggered by an irresponsible and aggressive foreign policy currently being carried out by the United States. So it is very clear that the economic shocks will affect most countries in vulnerable situations. So, and this, of course, will directly impact states' capacities to deliver quality public services. So we have a few examples that the colleagues have presented here about the debt burden, the reduction of ODA, as Sherry was mentioned, that 23% decline. And I would like also to highlight the inequality problem. Poverty inequality remains a big problem for us, especially in our region. So according to the World Inequality Report, the 2026 edition, today the top 10% of the global population's income earners, they earn more than the remaining 90%, while the poorest half of the global population captures less than 10% of total global income. And when we turn our attention to the wealth concentration, we can see it's even more concentrated. So the figures are the top 10% owns 3/4 of global wealth, while the bottom half of the population holds only 2% of the global wealth. And not to forget about the climate crisis that we are experiencing here. They are accelerating, and the progress on SDGs are totally off track when it comes to climate. About 50% of the targets, and when it comes to climate, are currently on course. And also the same report that I was mentioned before, the World Inequality Report, they also states that the global wealthiest 10% individuals are also accounting for 77% of global emissions associated with private capital ownership. So it is a polycrisis. These issues, they are deeply interconnected. So let's move forward to our region. We had the opportunity to debate here during the week a few challenges that our region that are particularly accurate in our region. And this brings states to think about how to improve, for example, domestic resource mobilization, which will be essential to reduce reliance on external financing and to states to support sustainable development policies internally. And this also includes, of course, reassessing inefficient tax expenditures. At the same time, a challenge, it is also making tax systems more simple, more effective, and more fair. We've been discussing here during the week that our region, our systems in the region, they are highly complex and mostly regressive, which in the end of the day places a disproportionate burden in the lower income households. So it is essential as well to simplify tax structures and promoting more progressive taxation and structural reforms. At the same time, safeguarding social protection has been key in this context, especially considering the high levels of informality and social vulnerability that affects our region. And finally, promoting climate transition policies and instruments remains an important challenge for us in order to address the climate crisis and to promote structural changes in our economy that could be guided by national transition plans. So I will organize my presentation today according with these 4 axes. And so we're going to take a closer look at a few of these challenges, how we are moving in Brazil to deal with each one of these. Before that, let's take a quick look at the Sevilla commitment. I have put here I have highlighted a few paragraphs from the Sevilla commitment that we have the paragraph 10 that is highlighting the need to combat inequalities and also safeguard investment in social protection systems. And also, when it comes to the public resources mobilization, we have aspects highlighting the need to promote budget transparency and encourage transparency regarding tax expenditure. At the same time, the need to promote progressive tax systems. And still on public resources, we have this specific mention on introducing taxes, selective taxes on tobacco and alcohol, for example, as a way to influence behavior as well, and also to channel these resources to health systems or our health systems, and also how to develop and enhance beneficial ownership transparency, which we in Brazil are making important progress in this regard. And when it comes to the mobilization of private capital, we highlight the importance of strengthening of the use of risk sharing in blended finance instruments, and we will also we'll see it closely, this aspect when it comes to the Brazilian example. So that said, my presentation will touch upon the finance social protection system, also the how to promote a more progressive tax system, how to improve transparency, and finally, how we are moving forward with the implementation of an ecological transition plan. On the social protection systems, We have several programs in Brazil, and our fiscal adjustment were done with that in view. So we have programs that basically promote income transfers, but also programs concerning food security and access to basic services. And these programs, the strengthening of these programs while maintaining fiscal responsibility was essential for us to move forward and put Brazil away from the world hunger map, for example. We have Bolsa Família, which is one of the main conditional cash transfer program. It was expanded, and now it's going to reach around 90 million families. And also this program includes now protection rules that allows our beneficiaries to keep a part of the benefit when they enter the labor market. So this facilitates somehow the gradual transition out of poverty for these beneficiaries. We created a PED-MEIA program, which is aimed at reducing school dropout rates. It basically works by offering financial incentives to low-income students. And the program, we provide payments linked based on the school attendance and the completion of the school, which will encourage continued education and also improve long-term opportunities for the younger generations. And it's now it's going to reach around 4 million beneficiaries. Also, we have expanded the Farmácia Popular program. It's a program that ensures access to essential medicines, and now it's been expanded to around 41 new medications. So the enhancement of protection is a great part of our moving forward with our national plan. And looking forward to the tax reforms that were mentioned before by our colleagues, by Rodrigo earlier today. We did a landmark reform in Brazil regarding consumption taxes, and we have now a unified VAT model. And now, because Brazil is a federation, and now the new model allows each level of the government to maintain its authority over revenue while also applying a common set of rules. So the system will work as one, and it will be very important to simplify our system and also to reduce distortions and avoid privileging specific sectors as well. So as part of this initiative, we also have implemented selective taxes on tobacco products, on alcoholic beverages, and sugary drinks. But also we have established important mechanisms as the cashback mechanisms that ensures a direct refund or portion for the consumption taxes paid by low-income households. And also we have established the exemption of the basic food items, which is being essential for on the consumption side, making our system, making the burden less heavy on the low-income households. Moving forward to the income tax reform that we did in Brazil was also a very important shift that was approved by consensus in both houses. So basically, we have increased the exemption threshold for 5,000 reais. And at the same time, we did provide a discount of 60% in the tax rate for people with income between 5,000 and 7,350 reais. This means that about 15 million Brazilian citizens will pay less or no income tax, which will increase disposable income and also will boost economic dynamism. And this measure was made to safeguard fiscal neutrality. And so we did, on the counterpart, increase effective taxation of the top percent, putting the taxation of high net worth individuals in the core of our domestic strategy, but also as well at the center of our international tax cooperation agenda. As well, we have the measures that were put in place as well to address distortions, and this includes the taxation of betting platforms, the better regulation of fintechs, and also higher the taxation of fintechs, and also taxing offshore funds. So basically, since my time it's a bit short right now, but I would like to highlight the taxation of the betting platforms. We established this law to increase taxation on these operators on 15%, and this is becoming a social phenomenon in Brazil right now. Taking a closer look in order to better regulate this sector, because this is bringing some benefits for households right now. And for example, we presented this week the Desenrola program that also includes a rule that blocks people who have access to the financing program are blocked from the betting platforms. So we are going to take closer attention to this phenomenon right now, but also making sure that how to influence behavior, social behavior when it comes to that, making sure that income will be redistributed and these sectors will be better taxed and better regulated. To finish, it's less important. It's not less important, but it's very important to be honest. It's how to improve transparency, and we are doing a lot of improvements domestically when it comes to this aspect. We have approved the DIB, which is a declaration to ensure greater oversight by the Brazilian Federal Revenue Service to have a great overview of how companies are having tax benefits. This includes a monthly report of the companies who receive benefits, and also we have the complementary to review the tax expenditures that include a linear cut of 10%, and also we have a better monitoring, a regular monitoring in 5 years, and this will be essential to promote transparency domestically. Finally, the beneficial ownership that was approved last year. We had the ECLAC, which is a digital form for beneficial owners, and this is the required as a month report for the identification of individuals who control or influence companies, and this is key to identify ultimate owners and promote transparency internally. Well, I will unfortunately take a bit more of our time, but I'm sure I'll be quick. But finally, the National Plan for Ecological Transition, which includes several initiatives in Brazil. This has been an important driver for our new model, industrial model in Brazil. And as main initiatives, we have the Brazilian Sustainable Taxonomy. It was launched in 2023. And this tool is providing investors and companies to choose investments that really benefit the planet and the society, and also reduce the risks of the greenwashing. At the same time, the Equal Investments is a program that was launched in 2024, and the main goal of this program is to boost foreign investment, sustainable projects, and also offering protection against exchange rate volatility. It's been a resounding success, this program. Another two initiatives, it's the Invest Brazil. It's basically the federal government industrial policy that was launched in 2024, focused on innovation, sustainability, and it is providing for approximately 2 billion reais in financing to boost productivity and competitiveness as well. And finally, the national strategy for circular economy. this initiative that it's helping us to transition from a linear economic model to a circular model. And it's based on 4 pillars, which includes a technical pillar and also research, innovation, and financial incentives for projects and this part of our bigger plan of ecological transformation. So that's it, colleagues. Thank you very much, and thank you, and sorry for taking so long.
So it's a very detailed presentation. Vamos a tener los comentarios a cargo de Sebastián Nieto Parra.
Now have comments from Sebastián Nieto Parra, head of the regional development of the Dynamics Division at the OECD. You have 10 minutes. Thank you, Esteban. We all wish to finish on time for the conclusion, so it will be as brief as possible. I think we can make a good story out of this, these 3 days. I believe that with all these presentations, we understand that we need to continue working on the civil commitment, and we have coalitions, and several countries are working on follow-up of the civil commitment. I wanted to say that, as Sherry mentioned in her presentation, we had a presentation of the main results of the report. We find ourselves in a fragmented global situation, most likely linked to certain restrictions and trade, and of course, some other characteristics in terms of investments that we are seeing in these variations. Also, in the financial aspect, we also, and Poliana mentioned that we've seen a drop in development of 30%. It's historical, since we have figures here at the OECD, and we have preliminary figures. We've seen this trend, downward trend. It is of concern, and we need to see how we're going to fund these $4 million that Sherry mentioned earlier, understanding that we don't have the resources that we had earlier. And also, Martin mentioned this, we find ourselves in the middle of a conflict, the Iran conflict, and we've seen this in the spreads. This doesn't help the cost of financing grow at all. There are greater interest rates, and this leads to a series of discussions between the central bank and the ministries of finance. How are we going to coordinate the objectives that we have, and of course the situation, or factor in the situation we're experiencing? So we're going to look at this closely, what Martin said, but going to medium-term policies and the structural aspects that Maria Dolores mentioned, how important it is to maintain the green policy strategies, and how we can think of green finance policies with low taxes in regards to the environment. And the energy transition that Poliana mentioned is a practical case of this implementation.
So, true. We are before a new situation that, as Nelson was saying, we need a financing strategy. Yes, including the green development, but also the development components involve the private sector is key, fundamental, but it's not enough. On the side of taxes, Poliana said it, as to the recent reforms in Brazil, we saw the statistics report, and where you see an impact already of higher collection, selective taxes, unifying VAT. All that helps in the tax system, and it is in sync with the Seville document. What can we do in OECD? And how are we doing it with other international agencies, and particularly with ECLAC? After the Seville commitment, what can we do specifically as we are in a scenario of global fragmentation? And there, something that we have seen is that coalitions pay, or partnerships pay. It's good what Brazil and Spain is doing regarding the high net worth population. And something that in English is the integrated approach to capacity building for financing sustainable development. That was an initiative of Kenya, Italy, ECLAC. We are not working very closely with these countries. It's an invitation for more countries of the region to join and join the call to action. And we have 4 components very much linked to what has been presented. One of on debt, as Martin said, how to improve debt management, how to bear in mind institutional aspects of coordination between stakeholders, how, depending on the level of access to market, the cost is going to be higher, and how can this affect the concessional debt? We have important things in this SPA. The second aspect is about new financial instruments, and that referring to thematic instruments. And here, Latin America and the Caribbean is a region that is an example for others, like issuance of sustainable green social bonds. And what we've seen is that there has been a recent drop of these issues regarding the total global emissions that we have in Latin America. However, they account for 10% of the global international emissions we have. So it's an important part of instruments. And what we need to know now, given that there is more information about these bonds, how they've performed in the market. What are the benefits, finally, of those bonds in the political, sustainable, green, social policy agendas? And thus, all the mechanisms that we may have from monitoring, tracking, following these bonds is important. And for that, good coordination is key. We've seen there are many taxonomies and frameworks around these bonds, and indeed, some coordination will be needed. Now, particularly for bonds linked or sustainable linked bonds, where we know it goes, for example, the issuance of Uruguay. We know because of Uruguay, it affects the payment of coupons depending on the compliance or non-compliance of key performance indicators behind these bonds. So it is an aspect that indeed we need to see how they've performed in the market and what are the benefits for the issuer economies of these bonds. So the subject of debt, of financial instruments. A third element is taxes. Well, we need here more just, simpler tax systems, and with an invitation to the United Nations, seeing precisely the report of financing for sustainable development. Seeing that report, it's fine to have the income level to GDP ratio. But now we need to go into details of the tax structure of how specific taxes, as it is the case of Brazil, but also how can we see how high is the tax, direct corporate tax, and see mechanisms that can help improve tax situation, at the same time generate more revenue for tax for countries that have SMEs taxes over 15%. So in the next report of Financing for Sustainable Development, as we presented, and so for Latin America and the Caribbean, just as we have for Africa and Asia, we can work hand in hand. One final point of the SPA is that of development banks. Once again, ODA, it's dropping. It's how can we, with development banks, in coordination with regional multilateral banks, can we leverage resources? And what we are doing now precisely is the mapping of different interactions. And the idea, the final idea, is a virtual platform where we can have the full mapping of all these interactions. For example, BNDES with CAF, with the IDB, with how are we leveraging resources? What technical assistance are we having for SMEs to be financed in a more convenient way in accordance to their business, and also for larger size, medium size or large companies to have access to the capital market and may allow the small and medium and micro enterprises to access the financial system. It's something very useful. We see to keep on working when we speak about domestic mobilization of resources. We've devoted a lot of time to taxes, to tax revenue, but we need to promote the agenda of development banks more. So you're all invited to work hand in hand in this SPA with capacity building for the financing of sustainable development under subjects of taxes, debt, thematic instruments, and development banks. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sebastián. We have 10 minutes now for questions, please, or comments. There is a comment back there. Yes, Hector? Go ahead. Very fast. So it's so good that Martin Kessler is speaking about fiscal dominance. It's a subject that normally is not addressed in these seminars because it's very technical, but the implications in redistributions, changing the prices of all assets, because of that, we need to discuss it. Indirectly, the fiscal effects could be in capital letters, so it's good that it's there, and very similar to what Maria Dolores was saying. I love this seminar to have the environmental perspective. I think we are discussing public debt on the one hand and environment on the other, but really it's a double buffer connected. And very often what can happen to the extent that countries do not manage to place the debt, then you start eating up environment and you're financed eating up your green capital. So we need to discuss it, and this is directly connected with development banks. Thank you, Hector. Any other question? Well, I had one. This is a moderator's prerogative. Two questions, one for Martin Kessler and one for Maria Dolores. For Martin, I wanted, he's now in English.
So to specify a little bit the difference between showing debt in local markets versus issuing debt in international markets. In the sense that if you have a big presence of foreign investors, isn't it like to issue bond in international markets? If the debt is unhedged, then you try and you earn your profits in, let's say, US dollars, and you intervene in some country, you shouldn't debt in local market in some country, then you're going to take out the money anyway. And that's going to affect the nominal exchange rate. I'd like you to hear your thoughts on that.
For Maria Dolores, the question I have is the following. You were mentioning a series of instruments, large amount, and one of them is for debt swaps. They have been criticized in Barbados and Belize, lack of transparency. You don't know exactly what you're swapping, or international, or the bank that provides the collateral is a bank of the US, and so forth. So I would like to know your view about the critical perspective of this debt for nature swaps. And the last question for Nelson from Dominican Republic is the issue of institutionality. For example, or institutional agencies. We had a technical assistant in Argentina on the subject of collaterals. And because of the pandemic, they increased, or they were less in Latin America, or in Europe they were more. And one of the issues is that Latin America did not have the maturity or that institutionality to carry out what is a relatively simple instrument. Yes, it's second floor. It's more difficult to monitor than first floor. But if you have an instrument like that, it's difficult to have an institutionality with all the instruments you are raising. How can you generate this articulation? If you can be relatively brief in your answers, please go ahead.
Thank you. So that's a very good question. So there's two ideas of external debt. One is the residency of the holder of the debt. So where is he a resident or non-resident? The other is the currency of the issuance. Is it issued in domestic currency or foreign currency? In the presentation, I kind of confused between your rights. It's not even the distinction is important in, and especially global when the financial account is open and foreign holders can come and buy domestic debt. It's the difference is the blurriness between the two, but they really matter. So you issue in your currency the advantage compared to in dollars. What you're saying is basically the same thing, because an international investor will come, have to buy the local currency, and then will be able to purchase a local instrument. And the same thing as selling directly a bond in dollar, let's say. So the difference is that to attract is who bears the currency risk. When the international holder can buy the local bonds, he or she is taking the currency risk, which reduces the one that the government is bearing, and then it doesn't. And then so it reduces the risk for the government. It reduces the risk that depreciation, and on top of that, raise the cost of debt. Whereas if you issue in dollar, the government is taking the currency risk. Now, I think what's been shown recently is that you can have a kind of phenomenon of capital flight where when investors exit the domestic market, sell their bonds, and also sell the currency at the same time, and then the effect of depreciation and higher interest rates in the domestic market. So they took the risk, but then when they undo the risk, both prices go down, and that can create the cycles. To summarize, there are clear dangers with opening the capital account to get foreign investors. The temptation to have hot money flows, which would be driven by speculation on the currency and speculation on interest rate. There are ways to avoid that through financial management of monetary policy, and sometimes when the shocks are really high, when the attraction for hot money is a really high, capital flow management. I mean, typically capital controls. But I think so I think it's a change in the balance of risk and in the nature of this risk.
Thank you very much. Mariana?
A ver, María Elena. As every financing instrument, one needs to know how to negotiate. And here I will go through to the conclusions. You need to have capacity and a clear governance or technical capacity of technicians, the ones that are making decisions to improve the debt profile so that the lowering cost of that debt, because the cost, was it net positive for the country? And I think it's necessary for that to be transparent. But you need that governance in order that you can adopt the best decisions of how it's negotiated and the use of it. We need to work in strengthening those capacities. And of course, it's useful and it's important to be able to manage these instruments that combine this innovative financing, but you also need to work with the ministries of finances to improve transparency and financing capacities. And this has to be linked with other documents. What is here? Green taxonomies that will provide quantitative and qualitative criteria so as not to have the greenwashing of what is being considered as green. Thank you. As Dolores well said, right now, as country, we have gained more experience, so we have more capabilities, we have innovative funding systems like the thematic one. And the catalog allows us to watch what's happening with the gap and what are the capabilities that are needed. As we saw in the slides, we must figure out which are the instruments that will be helpful as we gain experience and maturity. So all of these instruments as related to resources may help. We must continue naturally to improve monitoring, evaluation, better data, so that when we go to the bargaining table, we already have the necessary skills. That, I think, is the advantage of the mechanisms of the catalog. Often, we discuss in our countries about proposals from financial institutions for the research of resources, but we don't really have at hand the possibility to figure out which are the instruments that best serve our purpose. I think that these strategies would help to set the groundwork for a more active and not reactive search for financing for development. One last question from Veronica. Thank you. I'd like to congratulate all the speakers for these excellent presentations. I have a comment, but I think that it's already been answered. And this is for Martin Kessler.
El endeudamiento, digamos.
The indebtedness in national national schemes can be in local currency, foreign currencies. usually comes in foreign currency. As you said in your answer, the exchange rate risk comes when the local business is in local markets, and you talk about local currency with the investment, so there's an exchange risk, but then it's also true when you have this in foreign currency abroad, that creates a big transfer, there's a big exchange rate risk for countries that don't trade in dollars, which is countries that don't have inside foreign currency. So I know that you already answered this. I just wanted to add this comment. Diana, I applaud all the measures being adopted by Brazil, the tax reform and others, as well as the tax spending monitoring. It's an example for all of the region. Can you suggest something for the countries in the region on how to start implementing that? How do we start? Where do we start? The implementation of a monitoring system and how to achieve transparency in this spending. Thank you.
Apollina. And then I'm going to ask if Shelley Steele, who's online, would like to make any comments, any questions, and suggestions. So, Martin.
So there was this idea, I think, the 2004 original sin, which means that developing countries didn't have enough saving at home and had no interest from foreign investors to borrow in their own currency. So they had to issue in foreign currency, in particular dollar or euro, I mean, mostly dollar, lesser account of the euros, etc. And so when the currency depreciated, indeed, they didn't have a hedge. They had to pay more expensive. The dollar debt was more expensive for them because their GDP, their tax revenues were in local currency, and then they had to reimburse something that is more expensive now because the value of the dollar compared to the local currency increased. So that's when there's the depreciation, and so you had kind of this double whammy. When there's a crisis at home, both you have a depreciation and you need to repay more, and that has changed, especially for emerging markets, larger economies, because of growth, because they managed to develop pension funds, they managed to develop savings for the long term. They are evolving and borrowing more in their own currency and protecting from this kind of depreciation that has a global effect on the government. There are also, and Charlie talked about this, there are also ways for the global system to provide more protection for developing countries, and you have kind of this currency swaps where countries receive a loan and they can remove the exchange rate risk, and I think that's very important and needs to develop, and that's part of the Sevilla commitments. But on top of that, I think the effort to go towards currency is useful. Just, I think we are discovering that it's not a silver bullet. It also creates risks, and especially when it's done a bit too fast, and either with domestic banks which do not have a lot of return saving, and so when done like that, it's generally very high interest rate and very short maturities, and so that can create kind of the new risk that we want to avoid.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, I think we are here to debate and to discuss possible strategies. Of course, the strategies to be taken in domestic environments, they depend on the different circumstances and priorities. But of course, I would like to highlight a few aspects of this new complementary law that we approved in Brazil for regulating tax benefits. First of all, I would like to highlight the aspect of the transparency, a main instrument that was used that allowed us for approving this complementary law were indeed the DB, which is the declaration of waivers and tax benefits. So it is important to have a clear overview of who is benefiting from these tax incentives. So this is a first thing. Also, to apply to new benefits in the Congress, the ones who are trying to get the incentives, they have to present a plan, a working plan that foresees clear results, which is make it easier as well to evaluate the results of the benefits and easier to monitor it as well. So criteria are more strict. Also with the complementary law, we have a maximum extension of the benefits of 5 years, and before some of them were taken as permanent. So a few instruments and measures that could be helpful in order to advance with a better, more effective monitoring of the benefits. But in the end, of course, this requires some political engagement and also facing important sectors that are historically having access to this benefit. So it requires, of course, some technical expertise, but also some political action. And so that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The session, Sharon, would you like to have comments and questions?
I guess. Thanks for having us again. I'll just, since much of the conversation was on local currency lending, maybe I'll just give one comment on that. So yes, as Martin, I think, said, that it's best when they're domestic, because of course there's a risk that comes with that. Discussions that we had in the conversation leading up to Seville was that who takes the credit service? Investors, people domestic, so where foreign investors can invest in it's not that was happening was, the discussion, and it continues. I'm going to currencies as well to manage the currency just to prevent the investors.
Thank you.
I ask for a round of applause for the speakers for these excellent presentations and for this wonderful discussion. I hand over now to Noel Benitez for the closing remarks. Thank you, Esteban. Thank you all. After 3 long days, we come to the end of the seminar. I'd like to thank all of you for your participation, for coming to Chile, and for being here during these days with excellent technical discussions, which was the idea behind the seminar. We hope that these discussions have been useful when you get home with new knowledge in order to better work in our own offices. Now, we know that things are not easy here in the region. We have a lot of restrictions, and in external scenario is not helpful. It's so uncertain. After all of these months, we hope that things would have been solved, but that is not the case. That's what we've got, and we fortunately had the privilege of having this pause and exchange your ideas, to learn from other countries, so that we may better guide fiscal policies in our countries and the region. I once more express the words of thanks to our, first of all, to our partner in the Spanish cooperation system that for many years have supported the seminar and the fiscal outlook, so as to continue to work year after year. It is a very big support, and we're very thankful for the Spanish cooperation. We also thank all of you who have been with us. Your participation is very important. You are target public. So thank you for being here. You may count on our support from ECLAC, certainly. And I would like to believe that it's not ECLAC's support only, but all of the institutions who have been here will certainly also offer ideas and knowledge. That way, this may be useful for your daily work. I also thank the other organizations present. We had participation of our colleagues from the IMF for many years, IDB, CAF, OECD, CIAT, ILO. And this is an excellent space to bring in the work that is being conducted in our countries and support. Often our work is supplementing other endeavors. We don't work solo. It's much better to work jointly.
Also, I would like to thank the friends from the academia, research centers, society, the private sector who's with us every year, and that always send in good questions and energy as an excellent drive to continue ahead. After these 3 days, of course, several very relevant reflections came up throughout all sections. We've seen the active work done by the ministries of finance in the region to strengthen their public finances and face all the challenges that are coming up in terms of economic shocks, climate shocks, and also the importance of thinking how to extend the fiscal space and how to strengthen collections, reducing default, and have financing mechanisms more appropriate to the public sector. In the international agency section, I thought it was very interesting, the analysis by several colleagues on the impact on energy prices of the Middle East conflict, and to think how to build fiscal resilience at regional level. Also, I believe it is very important to work together, that here we've tried to highlight with our colleagues from OECD, IDB, CIAT, and seeing the tax policies in Latin America and the Caribbean, and the longest publication with the outlook and also the details on the tax regimes in the region, that allows us to compare to other regions and other countries as well. And the more recent work that we're doing with the IDB and seeing different levels of government and fiscal finances. This is an area where I work, but we need further systemization. I think that is also very relevant. In public spending and investment, very interesting exchange regarding the impact and potential reduction of informality, the challenges we face in terms of the sustainability of the social protection systems and health in the region, and also the relevance of how to include the gender perspective through fiscal policy. And this morning, two very enriching discussions on public revenues, and I'd like to say how rich it is to hear of the experiences of other countries, Brazil, Paraguay, how to continue making these technical adjustments. But there's a lot of margin ahead, because this will allow us to exchange and learn on how progress is being made in other parts of the region. And so our discussion on income tax, tax spending, formalization, and tax incentives, social, environmental, it's also so important to continue that line of work. And in this last session, I believe that we've also helped close very well with the experience of how to have strategies for our work. Nelson mentioned regarding the Dominican Republic, where the strategy is very integral in terms of how to do planning accompanied by the budgeting and the budget. And that is very important. And also the experience of Brazil and the leadership they've held in the international sphere in terms of financing for development and international taxation. Another thing very important to share with our colleagues from the UN, Mr. Shari, and see the results of the Financing for Sustainable Development report as a mechanism to follow up on the implementation of the Seville commitment. And discussions. Martin and Maria Lourdes are also very important, and thinking of these fiscal strategies in order to address climate change. And so, in that sense, I believe this has been very enriching. A lot of themes that have been touched and that we will go home with. Also the publications, the Fiscal Outlook, everyone has a copy. And if not, you can download it online. Also the other paper by Maria Dolores, Fiscal Policies for to address climate change, also available online, and Andrea's tax incentives related to environmental sustainability, all available online as well. And together with statistics, and well, we leave satisfied, at least on ECLAC side. This is the idea of the work we do at ECLAC and the UN to be able to offer a space for this exchange, technical exchange among countries, academia, civil society, research center, international agencies, and we have that capacity in the region. And this is something that we will continue to drive ahead. It's very useful to have your feedback to continue strengthening what we do. And well, all of this would not have been possible without the colleague of all colleagues at ECLAC and all the support given by colleagues and specific groups of people that sometimes we don't see, but that without them, this would not be possible. The conference unit, Margarita, Catalina, and Jenny, and the technical team responsible for audio, video, Marco, Alejandro, thank you very much. Our team of STIC that helps us for this to be published through the social media in the world, and our team of interpreters whom we've made suffer, but we thank you because you have been here for 3 days so gratefully, and Claudia, Cecilia, and Anne and Gloria. And so without them, all of this, it would not be possible. And so finally, we also are deep felt thanks to my colleagues from the Division for Economic Development, part of the organizing team, and all the people that you've been with in recent weeks. Well, I cannot mention everyone, but Danilo, Michael, Elisa, Juanma, Mariana, Tania, Fabiana, Sol, that is in charge of this more directly. But of course, there is an entire support team. Esteban, Sandra, and all of the colleagues are there at the back who have supported us throughout this process. And so, well, we are very grateful to each and every one of you. Well, merely wish you a good trip back home and hope to see you again next year around here in Santiago. Thank you.
Quienes están inscritos con Tania, autoridades panelistas inscritos.